All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
How's it going, everybody? Jeez, man. Oh, here comes El Paulo. What's up, bud? Good boy. I thought you'd still be sleeping. Only one of us had to get up. Good boy. Yeah, dude, I've heard those Edge controllers have really bad quality control. Which, that's kind of par for the course with most of these augmented elite type controllers, unfortunately. Alright, here you go, buddy. There you go. Good boy. Take your treat. Let's see. Sidero's on with the 5. I'm incel maxing now. Nice, bro. Plus, you didn't watch my request video from last night. I want my $5 back now. What was it? It probably just got lost in the slop. It probably got lost between the 86 fucking no disc, no buy videos, so... There, alright. I read yours. 88 Krager with the 5. PK eats Snickers upside down so he can savor the texture on his tongue. It's worse than that, bro. It's worse than that. He takes 2 Snickers, presses them together, so that way he can feel the vein on the top and bottom. Yeah, he's a real freak. Be careful around him. You never know. You never know, bro. Rubber grips are falling off? Yeah. That happened with my first Elite controller. Luckily, they sold, like... It wasn't an Xbox. I think it was Scuff, actually, ironically enough. They sold, like, replacement grips. So, I replaced the grips on that. But then the RB button failed. But then the RB button failed. So, unfortunately, yeah, most of those Elite controllers are just really, really bad quality. It's very odd, because you're paying, like, over double the price of a normal controller, almost triple. And, you know, the quality control is actually lower than the regular ones. Very odd. Let's see, Tim Marco with the 7. Okay. Check it out. I don't necessarily disagree that 4 billion is the right number. The problem is 4 billion what? That's the, what, I guess $4 billion question. You know, if it's 4 billion Indians and Africans that our global elites get to rule
Alright,
over
awesome. Thanks,
as,
nigga.
you know,
Alright.
their slave cattle class, then that's no bueno. Yeah, 4 billion sneakos, exactly. Exactly, bro. Now, if we're talking about, like, 4 billion Europeans, East Asians, Hispanics, like, alright, that's fine, you know, we're cool. You know, our Anglosphere, parts of South America, East Asia, like, those places are cool, bro. But if the entire world becomes India, yikes. I mean, I just, you know, it's like that old saying, it's better to rule in hell than serve in heaven. But it's like, is it actually? I don't know, dude. You know? Like, I would much rather live in paradise than rule over a shit heap. But I guess I'm just not wired that way. You know, I'd much rather be, you know, alive in, like, what, 1970s Europe than, you know, ruling over New Delhi. Let's see. Okay, I see now. Pokemon. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I think I just forgot to pull it up. The Pokemon Bank one. Let's see. Alright, I will buy Chronos. Okay. We'll go ahead. I'll put it first. But yeah, it's on the tab now. And Shaka Gaming with the 3. Did you see Kingdom Hearts is the top seller on PC? Yeah, because I think it's what, like $30 right now? I think so, at least. I think it's on a big sale. Yeah, it is.
Rated
$30
E10 for ages
for the
10
whole collection. That's the cheapest I think it's ever gotten. Publisher sale. I don't think I have any notification of bug fixes. The fuck? Publisher sale. Wait, that's it? Square Enix publisher sale. Okay, can they take me to the sale or no? I guess not. I guess that's too much.
I can't afford this shit!
Doesn't look like they have much of a sale going on outside of Kingdom Shorts. Kingdom Hearts 4 will sell more than Rebirth? That's not surprising at all, dude. Kingdom Hearts hasn't had a game in almost a decade, so... Plus, there's way more Disney adults out there than Final Fantasy chodes nowadays. And that's like bragging more people go to Disney World than the fucking Square Enix store in Japan. It's like, yeah, well, Disney is a little more popular. You found a new degenerate visual novel to obsess over? Yeah, I have this one I need to buy. Whatever the fuck this is. Once I heard that it's the guy who did Fate Zero, it's like, I should probably play that. But yeah, I haven't bought it yet. Hentai alert? Probably. He did say degenerate.
I can't afford this shit!
Yeah, I'll play Modern Warfare 4. When does the beta start? Oh. Tomorrow. Or I don't know, maybe not tomorrow. Here, I'll go and buy it. Alright, there we go. Just bought it, so. I am the proud owner of... Oh, it's not there. What the fuck? I thought they were getting rid of the Call of Duty app this time around. Are they not? Yep, they're still using the COD app. Fuck, man. I guess that was a lie. But yeah, there you go. I just bought it. 3 things to their library. Modern Warfare 4.
I can't afford this shit!
I'm excited for Modern Warfare 4. Not particularly. If the beta turns out to be good, maybe. That's a pretty big if. DSP got a God Pack of Ascended Heroes. They are only worth $700 since they were Japanese cards. That's still good for a pack, bro. And think about it, Phil gets paid, what? $50 a pack? So, he's up, bro. Yeah, we're about to have a pretty big modern market crash here coming soon. Two of the big buyers I know personally are now only taking shit in at 80%. Whereas just a few months ago, they were at 90%. So, they're still paying 90 on vintage, but not modern. 80%. For PSA 10s, which, you know, for the past 2 years is like unheard of. So right now, you know, if you have any modern dog shit you want to get rid of, because word on the street is all the gambling apps, they now have enough inventory where they don't need to buy anymore. Like they have been. How many hours have you played COD? Says 37.1. It's not too bad. I have more in Gears beta, I think, than that. Well, your Pitch Black was a waste of money? Not in 5 years. I'm talking about graded cards. Sealed product, you don't buy to flip. You buy to hold it. So, you just wait a few years. It'll be up. Yeah, COD HQ, I hate how they, like, all my playtime in COD HQ is literally just from Modern Warfare 2. So, I haven't ever played any other COD on Steam. But, if you look at Modern Warfare 2, it shows that I've played 0 time. So... it is irritating. I played them on Game Pass. But that was always my anecdotal, you know, example of how Game Pass hurts game sales. Because it's like, I would have bought the Vault editions of both Call of Duty games, but because they were in Game Pass, I didn't have to put up the bread. So Microsoft lost out on their typical $100 from me for Call of Duty every year, because I would always buy it whether I, you know, ended up liking the game or not. So now they've just completely lost that revenue source. You buy all your games? Good for you, you generation. I buy all my games for the most part, too. That's why I've gone from $1,000 in Steam credit to 200. I wouldn't really say I'm overwhelmed. It's just, you know, despite having so many games, there's very few I actually want to play. Which I feel like is an age-old problem at this point. For everybody, regardless of how many games you have. You're just like, yeah, I'll get to them eventually. But I don't feel like a sense of paralysis by, you know, my library size. Okay, what? Oh, shit. I forgot to do that. There we go. It's like, why is the fucking chat locking up? But then I forgot. What the hell? Honestly, don't get the multiplayer hate for Black Ops 7. It isn't bad. I don't know. Something felt really off to me when I played it. I wanted to like it, honestly. Because Black Ops 6, you know, was so disappointing. But, I don't... There's just something very off about it. It's hard to put into words, but... It feels like an imitation of what a Call of Duty game should be, I think is what my main gripe was at the time. Felt like a slow-ass tank. Feels like every other COD, just very fast. I don't know if fast is the word I would use to describe it. But again, maybe they've tweaked it a little bit. I literally haven't played it since, like, launch, so... Ah, shit. The surprise Xbox sequel they will show at Gamescom next week? I have no clue. Hopefully it's a new Super Lucky's Tale, man. That was a banger. S&K Nostalgia with the 2. What do you think about the new YouTube rules? August 24? What is the new YouTube rule? I don't know. I haven't heard of those. I've got like a thing on my creator studio of me to, I guess, accept new creator monetization terms, but I haven't seen anything about new rules. Oh, view counts apply the moment you click on the video. Okay, gotcha. That's kind of annoying. That just means a bunch of fucking, you know, bot farms are just gonna, you know, click, refresh, and, you know, you can get a video up to 100K like nothing. You know, at least in the past, you had to wait like 30 seconds, I think it was. It just is another excuse for them to lower CPM. That's what it'll be. They'll be like, well, you got 10,000 views, but we're only paying you $5 because, you know, most of those were only 1 second view. Like, that'll be the excuse. They'll lower the payout rate as a result. Yeah, I think the 8,000 hours for monetization, though, is kind of necessary. Because with how many AI channels there are now, it's like, there has to be some sort of gatekeeping. Otherwise, the entire YouTube monetized content sphere would just be eaten up by AI bot farms, basically. Of, you know, just LLMs pumping out, you know, the same formulaic AI videos constantly. And it doesn't take very long to get 4,000 watch hours. So, especially if you're uploading 100 videos a week on extremely popular topics at an inhuman rate. So raising the sub requirement and then the watch hour requirement, I think, is really the only way to combat that. All the money should go towards Grey Goose. Yeah, that's the thing, bro. If he's so fucking miserable, just take a fucking swig at this point, like shit. You know? If life is truly that bad. Shit like, can Anakin Skywalker beat Freddy Fazbear? Short of, yeah, pretty much like that. And then it's like the most AI voice you've ever heard reading off random stats for 20 minutes. Yup. No, so the kicks are way better than gifts. Because for every kick, you get a penny. And the cost of kicks is far lower than the cost of gifts. So for every, I guess, jewel that you send, I get half a penny. But they cost a penny. So YouTube takes like 50%. So Kick is still way better than YouTube when it comes to the monetization. Especially from a creator side. Yeah, it means I want to bomb data center. Exactly. I want to immerse them in my fiery love. Speaking of pennies,
fathers.
Yeah, there you go, exactly. Lucius Aurelian with the hell yeah, appreciate it, bro. Thanks for the penny, dude. Just like my Israeli brethren, I will stop to pick that up. Let's see, Sauce made Dragon with the loot box for 1,000 jewels. Thanks, dude. Let's see, into the 9s with the 40 jewels. Appreciate it, bro. Any ground beef slop today? I'm trying to think what I did eat. Yeah, actually I did. I made pasta-less spaghetti, which, you know, isn't the greatest thing, but it's basically just ground beef, thick cut onions, and then I get like some vodka sauce and mix it all up, and then I add like some chili flakes, some garlic, some salt, some basil, and I just kind of let it simmer for a little while, and it's basically just like spaghetti sauce, but no noodles. And the onions are like huge. So, yeah, it's healthier. So, no carbs. Thanks for telling me that. Now I'll only donate on Kick out of spite. Yeah, Kick is way better. So, you know, they have a massive casino business that backs up the streaming site, which is pretty based. Google should get on board. But, yeah, because of that, they can pay out way better to creators.
The cream of the pie.
Helping 7 Minute Man with the controller. Appreciate it, dude. I'm gonna do some gaming. Yeah, the cream of the pie is wonderful. My farts smell exquisite. Oh yeah, dude. Want a whiff?
Sugar fathers.
Let's see. Even Star with the GOAT trophy. Appreciate it, man. Big ups, dude. I don't think I've earned that. Do I truly deserve such wonderful accolades? Can no longer eat ground beef due to Raymond's slop picks. Yeah, I mean, I've seen those pictures and they're pretty grim, but you know, it's all about how you use the ingredients, not who uses them. Yeah, I love beef, so I could never stop eating beef.
Sugar fathers.
Oh, that works. Let's see, imposter syndrome with the goat trophy. Appreciate it, bro. Let's see, Baru with the 2 6 7s as well. It just shows you how millennial coded Google is. They're like, dude, the kids love that. We're gonna put that as a gift thing, dude, so they can send 6 7s. We're so trendy. I guarantee you some 35-year-old, you know, Asian with Coke bottle glasses was like, oh, we need to put 6 7. And all the Indians in the room were like, oh, yes, that is a very good idea, ma'am. Very good, very good. Have to wait a week or two for the new Madoka movie. It's not releasing in Australia, so I need to wait for fan subs. Those are pretty much overnight, though. Fan subs are super quick now, especially with AI. Because now what the sub people do is they run it through AI, and then they just, like, smell test it, so it's super, super quick. Can I get a Throne account with the... Oh, wait, that's that fucking, whatever, the Findom website, right? I mean, I guess I could, if you really wanted me to. I forgot about that shit. Yeah, that's funny. Where you can be like, please, take my money, goddess. Yeah, I think the whole, you know, localization industry is going to crash and burn pretty soon. Because I think the Japanese are starting to pick up on the fact that, you know, the reason we like their stuff is because it's not westernized. And the whole satanic panic kind of era of, you know, Western society is over, so there's not really a need to filter things like they did in the past. Well, no, it extended to, like, the 90s and 2000s, bro. Like, people thought Pokemon was satanic. To the point where the Pope literally had to issue, like, some edict or some shit saying that Pokemon was not satanic. So, yeah, there's, like, a ton of stories, if you look back in the day, of, like, people's parents, like, smashing their Game Boys and burning their Pokemon cards and all sorts of crazy shit because they thought they were possessed by the devil. You know, they thought Pikachu was a demon sent to corrupt the mind of their child. Like, all sorts of fucking wild shit, man. So it got so bad that the Pope literally had to, like, intervene and say, no, it's just, you know, it's just a cartoon that encourages friendship or something like that. And it's a positive thing. But yeah, they thought it was like some literal fucking demonic, you know, I guess effort to destroy children or something. It was something fucking crazy, man. Who knows? I don't know how you look at Pokemon and arrive at that, but yeah. No, I had to sell my Pokemon cards to get a cell phone. Because my dad always hated the fact that I spent so much money on Pokemon cards. Because, you know, at the time, relatively speaking, they weren't worth anything. So it used to drive him crazy that I would spend all my birthday money or, you know, Christmas money or, you know, money I would get from doing chores and shit. Like, you know, it just used to piss him off that I would go to Target or Walmart and just blow it all on cards. So that was like his gotcha, I guess. Like, well, if you want to get a cell phone, then you have to get rid of all your cards and stop buying them. So that was the trade-off. But I still had to buy my own cell phone, which was the shitty part. It's not like I could sell the cards and then he would buy me the phone. No, no, no. I could just add it to the cellular plan. But even then, back in those days, you had to pay for every minute in text that you sent. So I wasn't even allowed to text anybody, and I was limited to how much I could call. It was like 200 hours a month, which I don't think I ever hit that, but they would get pissed off at me if I would text. Because it was like 10 cents a text message at times after a certain number. And they would text all the time. I had no friend. No, I had a ton of friends in middle school and high school, dude. That's the thing. That's the irony of it all. Is back when I was a kid, I had a ton of friends. So. But never really. I had a few close friends, I would say. Very few friends, I would say that I would be like, you know, a true confidant or whatever. But yeah, I had a lot of friends. I got along with pretty much everybody. I hung out with a bunch of people, went over to a bunch of people's houses, you know. Basically the complete opposite of now, where it's like, you know, I don't have any friends. But yeah. I had a bunch of friends freshman year of college too, but I just stopped talking to them. Shit. Yeah, we used to use Skype, and then there was another service called Oovoo. O-O-V-O-O. And this probably dates me a lot, but yeah, fucking Oovoo. It was basically like Skype, but you didn't have to pay to do group calls. So, yeah. Dude, that was like the one that a lot of us used, was Oovoo. Your dad used Oovoo for business calls? Yeah. It was one of the few multi, I guess, video call services out there that wasn't retardedly expensive. Because Skype would let you call people individually for free. So we would use Skype for like normal, you know, video calls. But if you wanted to do a group call, with like more than 2 people. You had to use Uvu. Griffin had one friend on MySpace, and it was Tom. I never had MySpace. I never had a MySpace or a Facebook. So, that's the thing. I was too young for MySpace at the time. And then my parents wouldn't let me make a Facebook when that was kind of popping up. But they had no clue what the fuck Instagram was, so when that came around, I was like one of the first 100,000 people on Instagram. Nah, dude, the card community's popping on Instagram. That's where everybody does deals. It's actually kind of funny. The card community. And you generation with the 5. Let's see. Favorite content creators talking about favorite game series. Let me see what this is.
It's happening again.
Oh my god, guys. Another wild GTA 6 leak just happened, and I'm leaking in my fucking shorts, guys. Let's get into this video. I was actually very popular in high school. After my mom died, I became a hermit, though, and decided to leave school and blocked everyone. I regret it now later in life, but to be honest, I think I was going down that road regardless whether my mom died or not. It's sad to think that a lot of incels and chuds only became that way because of one bad day, but it's the truth for a lot of us. Yeah, I mean, the thing is like, You know, especially with, like, school friends, you're only really friends with them because of proximity. Like, in reality, you probably don't have much in common with, you know, a lot of your childhood friends outside of the fact that they were just around. But, yeah, that is true. All it does take is, like, one bad day to alter your life forever. But I can't really think of any, well, I can think of a singular thing. The thing that did it for me, that made me hermit max, was I saw how much money I could make on YouTube at the time. It's like, holy shit. And it's like, you know, I just couldn't allow myself to do anything else. But yeah, for the most part, like, most of my high school friends, I just kind of stopped talking to because, you know, everybody went off to their own colleges. You know, we mainly were friends because we would all get together and, like, play video games and shit like that. And, you know, we would hang out after school or whatever it might be, but, you know, not really anything that was super unifying as far as, like, shared ideology in a lot of cases, or... You know, it's just, again, most friendships are friendships of convenience. Because it's like, yeah, you know, here's somebody I don't mind hanging out with, who I see on a daily basis, so, you know, you just go do shit with them. But as soon as that, you know, oh yeah, I don't see this person around anymore, it's like, yeah, well, why am I hanging out with them? I don't really care at that point. So... You were a man whore? Hell yeah, dude. Nice. I've had... Wait, a friend I have had since 3rd grade blocked me because I reposted an anti-immigration meme. Good riddance, yeah. You can't be around people like that. If that's all it takes to set them off, it's like... That's just fucking crazy. See, Tim Marco, the 279, we are so lucky to have Zoom, Teams, and Meet. Yeah, Google Meet's the best. I hate Teams, though. With a passion, I hate Teams. Microsoft Teams and Outlook are like the bane of my existence nowadays. Nothing good ever comes from one of those notifications, but... Yeah, we do have a lot better options now. Yeah, I kind of just stopped talking to, like, my high school friends in particular because of, you know, pretty much all of them, as soon as they hit college, just went fucking crazy. Like, they started smoking and drinking and partying, like, every single fucking day, which, you know, that happens with most college kids, and it's just like, yeah, I don't know, dude. Not really my lifestyle, and then they got, like, super obsessed with sports, and, you know, it's just, yeah, no, I'm good. I'm good. Literally all the things I dislike. So, you know, I had a couple that I stayed in contact with that I would, like, play video games and stuff with, but, you know, a few of them wigged out on the whole politics thing because, you know, they wanted to get laid, is my guess. So they became, you know, chameleon leftists, which is pathetic. But yeah, I don't know. I just, after a while, I stopped talking to even the ones I did talk to because they just became losers. Like stay-at-home smokers, essentially. A bunch of stay-at-home sons that did nothing but get high.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Oh, let's see. So, Genocide King Revive with the 2. Watch 100 by Sandwich and Cereal. Okay. I'm gonna definitely have to look that up by channel. $100. Okay, got it. And Trent with the 5. What changed me was a kid named Joshua pulled a knife out on me when I was 7 years old over a game of tag that changed me That's fucking crazy, bro. I'm not fucking it. Oh my god. Yeah, isn't that nice?
They're not sending their best.
Genocide King Revive with the 2. The 100th game I beat this year was the Order 1886. Nice, man. I like the Order 1886. I kind of wish it would have gotten a chance to be expanded upon. But, nope. I think the studio's dead now. Dude, I remember one of the kids at my school got in trouble, and it was like a huge deal because we had this thing called field day back in elementary school, and he brought like a plastic, you know, like the plastic utensil knives to the field, and he like pulled it out on somebody, and like all the teachers were like, oh my god, like they were freaking the fuck out, dude. Like they were absolutely freaking the fuck out because this kid had a plastic knife and he was like getting into an argument with somebody and was waving it around. It's like, bro, that fucking plastic knife is not gonna fucking do anything. Like, women. But yeah, I think the other guy, like, just swatted it out of his hand or something. Like, literally nothing. But these women were like, put it down! Put it down! It's like, bro, it's a fucking plastic knife. Like, what is it gonna do? Scratch him? Like, I don't fucking know, man. Like, dude. Yeah. I remember that shit. It was funny. A fucking plastic knife. That was a certified woman moment. But yeah, I remember we had a knife safety, like, school assembly after it and it was like the most retarded shit ever, dude. It's like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, bro, everybody had a plastic knife at lunch, which is where he literally got it from. Like, after eating, he just put the fucking plastic knife in his pocket. Because a friend of mine stabbed his mother and stepfather to death and got arrested at school for it. It made national news. That's lovely. Yeah, we had one instance, I think, of a father killing his wife, but not his kids. So, not quite the same thing. But yeah, we had one instance of one of the people's dads, like, killing himself and his wife. Because I think she was, like, cheating or some shit, which, you know, rather than lose all of his shit, you know, he took her out with him. Which, you know, can't really say I don't understand. I wouldn't have killed myself, but, you know. Isn't that like a crazy fucking thing, bro? Like, your wife can literally cheat on you. She can be the one that, you know, fucks over the whole marriage, and then she still walks away with half your shit. And child support, and gets custody of the kids. Like, that shit's crazy, bro. The amount of Hebrew-ricity in those laws is wild. Yeah, I can't really blame people for not wanting to get married, bro. I think a lot of people overplay the risks, especially, you know, when in majority of cases, most guys don't have a ton of assets. So it's like you're losing 50% of what exactly? Like 10 grand? Okay, who cares? Like, that's not that big a deal, but... You know... The modern marriage landscape is brutal, dude. Because all it takes is for her to get bored and she's out. So... He literally stabbed the stepfather 50 times in the head, over 200 times in his body. He was sexually assaulted. Yeah, that would make sense, yeah. Usually you don't stab someone like that unless you really hate them. So usually the number of stab wounds corresponds to the amount of hatred you have for the person. Yeah, thank you, Ronald Reagan. Exactly. Exactly, bro. Yeah, my school had to have a drug raid by an off-duty police officer with a dog because of the amount of weed dealing taking place. Why am I not married? Because I don't date. Duh. I can't even get a woman to look at me. But yeah, no, I don't interact with women, so kind of hard to get married when you don't talk to women.
I can't afford this shit!
And SNK nostalgia with the 2 colleges bringing back SAT and ACT again. Good. Yeah, I mean, the thing is like, I've heard the dropout rates for college are higher than ever, so most of these people they're bringing in can't cut it.
God!
So, the college dropout rate is very, very, very high nowadays, because, you know, when you let in a bunch of unqualified dipshits, typically they can't cut it. Shocking.
Bring order to the chapter, brothers.
A lot of schools stopped looking at SAT scores. Like, you were still required to take it, but the weight on which, you know, it bared on your likelihood of getting in was greatly reduced. You always technically had to take it, but they kind of just stopped looking at it.
Support incoming, brothers. Reporting permission. Return ready to take my vengeance. Refreshed for the war effort. A brother has fallen. Heretics suppressed.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out. 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 Either
Oh
subscribe,
shit,
donate,
SNK
or get the
Nostalgia with
fuck
the
out.
5 get the memberships. Really appreciate it, dude. Thank you, man. Much appreciated. Always appreciate that positivity, dude. And thanks for spreading it with the chat. But really appreciate it, man. The only substance I have a problem with is caffeine nowadays, bro. Like, I'm not an alcoholic or a drug addict or a smoker or anything like that, but the amount of caffeine I consume on a daily basis is an ungodly amount. What that'll do, I don't really think it does anything too bad long term, but I don't know. I definitely take a lot of caffeine in. Your addiction is married women? Brutal, dude. You drink 1,000 milligrams a day? Yeah, that's about what I take in. Give or take.
The arch enemy closes in on victory. Mercy.
Taking in too much caffeine will turn you into Raymond? I think that's more so weird fetish porn, but maybe.
The arch enemy closes in on victory. Rockstarts is dead.
Yeah, see, I've never really gotten that feeling of, like, I love to drink. I don't know. I don't like to give up control of my faculties. So getting, like, blackout drunk or, you know, sloshed just doesn't really appeal to me. I do like drinking, though. Like, I like getting that, like, buzz, but I don't like getting drunk, if that makes sense. But I rarely ever drink. I used to drink a lot more, like, back in college. Like, most of 2020 and 2021, I would drink pretty much every night, but not like an insane amount. I would take like a shot or two before I would live stream or something like that. Or between live streaming. Stop drinking when you woke up in your own vomit. Brutal, man. Luckily, I've never had that happen. I think it was the combination of steroids and alcohol. Steroids, huh? Yeah, I haven't taken steroids, so... You would never roid out? You don't want even smaller balls? Yeah, exactly. My balls are small enough, bro. Shit. Nah, society was built by functioning alcoholics, bro. Stoners have never done anything of any worth. Dude, history is filled with men that did hard shit that would just get fucking hammered every single night to drink the pain away. So, that's how society was built. Whether people want to acknowledge that heritage or not is, you know, you had a bunch of guys that had to do, you know, soul-crushing shit on a daily basis. And the only way they could cope with it is just coming home and getting fucking hammered. So...
He was too frail for this war.
Well, mead is a form of wine. It's just made with honey instead of grapes. Mead is a form of wine.
I'm not so easily slain. Moment is now.
Never tried it, but I want to. Yeah, it's pretty good, honestly. I recently tried it because we were talking about it on stream, so I ordered some mead. It was pretty good, honestly. I liked it. I ended up repeating my order twice, so that was pretty good. But yeah, I did enjoy it. You know, obviously because it's made with honey, it's got a sweet flavor to it, but it's not anything too bad. It's honey, yeast, and Vikings, exactly. It's the drink of our people. I like cider as well, personally. Cider's pretty good. Your ex-girlfriend drank it 2008? She was hot and you miss her? Well, here's the silver lining that in that SNK. 18 years after the fact, she's probably still not hot. So, you got her best years. And from that perspective, a win's a win. Mountain Dew was literally made with the sole purpose of being an alcohol. Yeah, it was to, you know, mix with moonshine because it tasted like fucking shit. That's from my neck of the woods. Fucking West Virginia and Appalachia and all that type of shit. Dude, I've like just scooted my dog because he's like up against my chair and I don't want to run over his tail. And he just looks at me with like the most, you know, repulsed face ever when I push him to like scoot him away from the chair. He looks at me like I basically just betrayed him, and it's like, dude. It's alright, bud. Lay down. I don't know why you don't want to get on the bed. Good boy. Here, do you want another treat? Come here. Come here, little bud. Alright, here.
Nice cock. Perfect.
Pets are the best gaming buddies. Oh yeah, dude. Let's see. So Alex with the 200. Really appreciate it, man. What it do? My favorite soy goy, Griffin. Proud and present. Played any good games recently or just the same old slop? Unfortunately, it's mainly just the same old slop, although I did like I did like the Gears E-Day beta. Unfortunately, the issue with that is the beta peaked at like I think 20,000 people on Steam, which is terrible. And then also, you know, the lifeblood of Gears multiplayer is whether or not the casuals like the campaign. So that remains to be seen, but I did like the Gears multiplayer. I played like 30-something hours of it over the course of the beta, so that actually was good. But I'm thinking about starting, whatever it's called, Trails in the Sky first chapter on the Switch, just in my free time. In Age Field High, Griffin stole that girl's panties. That's right. Believe it. Trails in the Sky, what's that about? It's a JRPG from Falcom. So it got a remaster last year and the second remaster. So it's a remaster of the first game and the Legends of the Heroes, or Legend of Heroes, I guess, saga. But it's Trails in the Sky is what it's called, first chapter. And there's 3. So they're remaking 1, 2, and 3. But it's one of those franchises I've wanted to get into for a while, but just never have. Should play Tales of Arise. This is different, so this is Trails, not Tales. I have played Tales games before. I've played Tales of Berseria, I've played Tales of Zestiria, Tales of Vesperia, and I've started Tales of Arise, but I didn't finish it. Yeah, it's hard to keep track of all the Tales games because they all, you know, have a very similar naming convention. Yeah, they're pretty good. They're action JRPGs, so if you like, you know, slappa action combat, they're pretty enjoyable. They're pretty enjoyable. They're kind of similar to the Ys games, if you've played those. My favorite game from the PS3 is making a comeback, Griff. Metal Gear Solid 4. Oh, yeah, dude. That was my favorite game to trade in of that entire generation. Have you guys been getting those videos on Instagram recently where it's like the guy, or I guess it's not a guy, maybe it is, I don't know, but it's like, I guess a girl who has a CRTV and they like play all the old nostalgic like anime openings and shit, and they have like the video games, like consoles underneath it. I don't know, it's like basically early 2000s nostalgia bait, but they get like hundreds of thousands of fucking likes and shit. But today I got a sudden burst of nostalgia because it was the Yu-Gi-Oh! GX one. I was like, damn, bro, I remember. The Yu-Gi-Oh! Show was actually pretty good, unlike Pokemon. The Pokemon show sucked. Well, the only reason the CRT's in those videos is just to make it look like an early 2000s, like, kid's bedroom. That's basically what it's supposed to look like. It's like, basically, your room as a kid 20 years ago. Which is kind of ironic, because if you grew up in the early 2000s, the likelihood of you having a TV in your room was like 0. But, you know, whatever. It's the thought that counts, I guess, on the nostalgia bait. It's what you wish you had. It's the setup that you wish you had as a kid. But yeah, everything on Instagram I get now is like nostalgia bait, which, you know, it's probably because the Instagram account is for trading cards, so that's pretty much the entire premise of trading cards is nostalgia. But regardless, it's like, bruh, it's brutal. Ah, shit. Well, that works. Damn, bro, I was on a tear right there. I was on a tear. The first game I played on an HD TV, I think, was Black Ops 1, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think the Sonic racing game is bad. I just don't think it was worth $70, if that makes sense. So I think for the most part, it's a pretty decent racing game. It's just, you know what, $80, $90 for the real version of it. But I think it's dropped in price a bunch recently. So it's probably not a bad time to get it.
To the chapter, brothers.
Stuck with PS5? Yeah, I would say for $30, that's not a bad deal. If it was $30, I probably would have bought it to try it out when it came out. I feel like Trails is a virtual novel or a visual novel with good combat. I mean, that's most JRPGs, though. That's like at their core what JRPGs are, which is why I kind of like laugh at the fact when people say Final Fantasy has too much dialogue. It's like, bro, it's a JRPG. It's like, that's kind of the whole point. The whole point is the story, you know? Yeah, that's how I felt about old Final Fantasy games, is you kind of put up with the gameplay in order to experience the story. Which is probably most JRPGs, to be honest. You don't give a fuck about Final Fantasy? Yeah, because it don't got a ball or a gun in it. We get it. If it ain't got a ball or a gun, you don't care. We got it, bro.
Casualty confirmed.
I can't afford this shit!
Rally point updated. Brother, rally point updated.
Can you admit that Final Fantasy VII... Well, wait, Final Fantasy VII Remake kind of lost the plot with Sephiroth? Especially with all the backstory shit? Not really. What has changed about Sephiroth's backstory? It's pretty much the exact same.
Rally point updated.
The only thing that's really changed with Sephiroth is he's far more present in Remake than he is in the original. Which makes sense because Sephiroth is a known entity now. You know, in the first game, he was a mystery. Like, you didn't know, okay, Sephiroth, the greatest soldier ever. And that was it. Like, you didn't really have any idea of what Sephiroth is or what he was. Like, you know. Again, if you look at Remake from the perspective of someone who's played 7, all of the decisions make a lot more sense. If you've never played 7, then maybe, but I don't know. I don't really think Sephiroth's backstory has changed at all.
Rally point updated.
He's just far more present in the story, which, you know, personally I kind of like, but... You like the mystery? Well, he's not a mystery anymore. So regardless of if they made him mysterious in 7 Remake or not, you already know who Sephiroth is, so you will never get that same experience you got playing through the original story the first time. So if they did a 1-to-1 recreation, everyone would be like, it's too predictable. So the exact same complaints would just be reversed. It's too different would be replaced by it's basically the same thing.
I can't afford this shit!
U generation with a 2. What is this? Oh my god. Nasty. I love this dude. Good lord, bro. Yeah, the Iron Thor is a cool little device. SNK nostalgia the 2. Send a CRT with Final Fantasy VII on PS1 to Griffin. Bruh. Yeah, then I can do my CRT versus OLED comparison. Sony Trinitron 27-inch. That's an expensive, expensive screen. Aren't those like $900 now?
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
I wanna know what you really think. I wanna know what do you really think. You think I give a fuck? Because I don't. You give a fucking bitch. You think I give a fuck? Because I don't.
Yeah, this is some peak music, bro. You generation, you always outdo yourself with these amazing songs. Beautiful, man. Alex with the 100. If you're watching any videos tonight, this should be a fun watch. Yeah, I can look it up.
Is now.
Is Sephiroth stronger than Mario? Oh yeah, dude. But not in the way that you think. Dude, I hate those type of YouTube videos. I really do. My McDonald's order just got here. I need a video to watch. Oh, Mario versus Sephiroth? Bro, that's fire. That'll be great to dunk my nuggies too. Alright, let's see. How many bad games have I played this year? Too many. Too many. Did someone say nugget? I said nuggies, actually. Probably close enough. Dude, I can't, like, all the Goodwills and, you know, thrift shops and everything like that in my area are all picked clean. Because we have, like, a large number of people who make a living just flipping shit from, like, pawn shops and stuff. So, going game hunting or old electronics hunting or anything like that is so optimized in my area. And I think Goodwill now puts together their list of stuff that they keep aside and sell on, like, their own eBay equivalent platform. So, unfortunately, you can't really find super valuable stuff anymore just sitting at a thrift shop. You know, most of that stuff is gone the second it hits the shelves. Employees backdoor it, or they sell it online because they know how much it's worth. So it's like literally just junk at all the stores in my area.
Special deployment ready. New rally point assumed. New rally point established.
The only places I've ever traveled to internationally are... I've been to Mexico and then, like, Caribbean islands, but that's about it. I've never been to, like, Europe or Asia or anything like that. I've never left the continent. Fate is massive in Japan. Yeah, it is. I went to Little St. James. I wish, man. Girls for the win? Alright, let me see what this video is. Oh god, this Fanook. Why do you send this lispy queer, bro? This guy is like literally MoistSheetikal, but gay and British. Which I guess gay and British is repetitive, but you get the point. Ugh. I thought Pyrocynical already trooned out. Isn't there like a shit ton of videos of him wearing women's clothing? At that point, you've already trooned out, bro. As soon as you put on the women's clothing, it's over. As an adult male, dressing up as a woman by choice means you've already trooned out. Yeah, there's no such thing as a tomboy, bro. Like, the thing is the whole tomboy shit is retarded as fuck. Like, tomboys are literally just girls that like male activities. There is no, like, tomboy aesthetic other than, like, the lesbian look. And that's what's... I don't know. Everything is porn now, and as a result, you know, this is the world we live in. Everything is fucking porn. Everything is a way to, you know, basically offshoot some form of fucking sexualization. It's whatever. I don't know. Like, a tomboy is not an aesthetic style. A tomboy is literally just a girl that likes male activities. That's it. But people are like, no, dude, it's a girl that, like, doesn't wear, you know, dresses and shit, and, like, has the e-girl makeup still, but then wears, like, masculine-looking clothes and still has massive tits. It's like, okay, yeah, no. I don't know, dude. Does Griffin like massive tits? No. I am much more of a shape oversized guy. You know, give me some nice perky B or C cups over massive H cups or some shit. I don't fucking know. I played CS2 comp yesterday for the first time in a while and got a hacker first game. Oh my god, are you okay? You poor thing. Do you need someone to talk to about it? I mean, I won't talk to you about it, but I'm sure somebody else in the chat will. You feel sad for me? Don't. Instead of feeling sad, just
open your wallets and give me all of your monies.
SNK Nostalgia with the 2. My lipstick lesbian roommate back then paid rent. I won't pry too much, but was there ever a drunken night where she was no longer lesbian? You don't have to divulge if you don't want to, but... She didn't, and never did I. Alright, fair enough, man. I don't get how you defend the quartering so much. Cause, dude, I'm a huge fan. Jeremy makes the most insightful and interesting content on YouTube. The quartering lost his house, Griff? No! Did he actually? Or are you just doing a little bit of trolling as usual, PK? As a man, you need to have sex? I guess I'm not a man then. Brutal, dude. I'm no longer a man. Griffin isn't even good at surf. I'm not compared to some people.
I can't afford this shit!
Like, the skill ceiling with surf is crazy high. So, yeah, I never got to that level. No, I did used to use surf footage. I just haven't played it in a while. Because when CS2 came out, they broke the surf, like, servers. So it took a long time for them to get fixed, and I just haven't really played much of it since. That's what the majority of my 1,000 hours in CSGO is surf. You can pay a woman of money to sleep with you because no woman wants you with how much you shit or you talk shit about them. First of all, I'm not paying a woman for shit. Second of all, you're assuming that every woman on planet Earth has heard me fucking talk. Third, you're just wrong, bro. I could easily pull if I wanted to. I just don't. All you have to do is lower your standards enough, and any dude can get laid. And that's a fact. How low can you go is the question. I don't really want a woman to like me, bro. You're acting as if that's like some sort of life goal I'm after. I'm not really interested in that. Bro wants other men to like, yeah, exactly, because they're the ones that
Give me monies!
I get chud bucks, not foid bucks, guys. Come on now. You know, the stream is filled with a bunch of chuddy buddies, not femcells. How am I dehumanizing women, bro? I think women are human, but they're hardly sentient half the time. That's just the facts. Ugh, fuck, dude. I gotta wake up. It's time for... Women are technically human, they're just not fully sentient, if that makes sense. That's dehumanizing? I don't care. You're not acting like a human either.
I can't afford this shit!
The only reason I hate women... First of all, I don't hate women, I just wish they were good people. Second of all, was this because no woman wants to sleep with me? Dude, I don't want to sleep with any women either. You're acting like I'm out here like trying to pursue the pussy on a daily basis. I don't even talk to fucking women. So, wrong. Oh, I got cucked with an assisted suicide. Did y'all hear what he said? Yeah. I said I don't hate women, I just wish they were good people. Did you need me to say it again? I don't hate women, I just wish they were good people. One more time. I don't hate women, I just wish they were good people. Was that enough? Did you get it that time? Holy shit, bro. Yeah, exactly, dude. And the thing is even if you find a good woman, there's no guarantee she'll stay that way. But Charizard, once he's slabbed up, baby, he's set for life, you know? Charizard will never abandon you. Yeah, I don't know, man. All I can say is, as a guy who doesn't date, everything I've heard has not shifted my sentiment towards wanting to. So, whether that be first-hand experiences with all my friends who have dated, they've all complained about it. People in chat have complained about it. The videos you see online have complained about it. Just, I don't know, bro. Unless you're really fiending for that pussy, like, there's not really any benefit to dating, so. I don't feel like I'm missing out, personally. You know, let me know if something changes, but the only reason I would even want to date at this point is, you know, the idea of having kids, but that's not even a guarantee with these bitches, bro. Like, you know, you might marry her and find out years later that she's like, yeah, I don't really want to have kids anymore. And then you're fucked. So it's like, that's not even a given. I don't know, bro. Again, unless you're just extremely horny, there's not really a reason. So. Modern dating is a humiliation ritual for men. Yeah, I mean, it's just, It's a money pit, if anything. It's another tax. Essentially.
I can't afford this shit!
Let's see. SNK Nostalgia with the 2 After Hours. Griffin, a man of the night. Get some. Yeah, well, I definitely am pretty much nocturnal at this point, so. Pretty much. Griffin needs to go clubbing and find his tatted black chick with multiple kids from different men. That's right, dude. I need my Sharquisha. So I can go home to little DeAndre and be the daddy he never had. I mean, congratulations, bro. There was 2 chicks in my middle school that had a crush on me and asked me out too. So, if that's how far back you have to go to, you know, validate the fact that women don't hate you, then you're in the same fucking boat as me. So, congrats. Wowie zowie, bro. If that's the last example you can think of where women actually liked you, it's over for you too, bud. You just haven't realized it yet. No, they weren't black. They were white. One of them was like... I don't know. I wouldn't say like... She was pretty hot, I would say. Not like the most attractive chick in my class, but up there. But, dude, I couldn't fucking stand her. Like, she was so annoying, bro. Like, one of those type of people that constantly has to one-up you on everything. Like, you say anything, always has to one-up it. Like, obnoxious. So, that was an easy no. And then the other one was like basically Raymond's dream girl, the fucking semi-emo goth, like listen to fucking heavy metal shit. You know, didn't dress like a goth, but was into that like type of culture. Which, yeah, I wanted nothing to do with that shit. So, yeah. I don't know, bro. Back in the day, all I gave a fuck about was gaming, so... No women for me. Do I regret it? Not really, no. Dude, a fucking middle school relationship would have been like maybe 3 months at best, so no. Not at all, man. Women thought you were attractive because you treat them well and respect. Oh my god, bro. Good. All I could say is good luck, you know. You sweet, sweet summer child. Good luck, man. Good luck. You're gonna need it. You're gonna need it, bro. Good luck. Whoa, buddy. Yeah. You're older than me, and that's still your conclusion in life. Okay, yeah. Alright. I wish you the best, bro. I wish you the best. Good luck. I hope you find your one in a million. You protected their peace. That's right. I am a very stoic man. I am protecting my peace. I do not chase, I attract. SNK Nostalgia the 2. Griffin has hatred. We hang out. I do have hatred. 100%, bro. Absolutely. But again, I don't hate women. I just wish they were good people. You know, you don't hate a tiger because it'll maul your face off. But you go into every situation with one knowing that that's a possibility. So, you can wish that the tiger was a cute and cuddly creature that would come up and lick your hand and, you know, play with you like a dog, but you don't hate them for the fact that they're not that way. Well, it's kind of the same thing with women. It's like, you know, women are purely self-interest serving creatures. At the end of the day, self-preservation is all they care about. And you can either hate them for it, or, you know, just accept that fact. You can wish that they would be better, but... you know, it's like hating a snake for slithering. Stupid. If I were to die tomorrow and you were to walk up to God and God would shake his head and judge you for all your sins. That's right, dude. And then he'd say, you know what? You can take over now. And then I rule for all of eternity. The end. Sacred of Hashem award, that's right. I'm Hashem's top boy. I'm gonna give my Top Goy award from Hashem, and then he'll give me basically full reign over everything. If I got admin, yeah, sure. You know, heaven mandated hot gamer GFs, dude. Hell yeah. Actually, you could have some Angel Ussy. There you go.
I can't afford this shit!
Our allies are halfway done. Eradicated. Execute Iron Halo tactics. Deadlock. Casualty confirmed.
Do you think women would cheat on me with the Nephilim? Oh yeah, man. Have you seen those Nephilim? They're like 8 feet tall, thick. You know, they definitely don't skip leg day, let me tell you that, with each thrust. Woo. But yeah, no, women are completely at the mercy of the Nephilim, bro. The Nephilim are Giga Chads. So, yeah. Women would definitely cheat on you because you're a bad oh my god, dude. You are like so... Oh my god. What bubble wrap did they just unpackage you out of, bro? You think women cheat because men are the bad people? Oh my god. Bro, holy fuck, man. Yeah, this has to be a troll at this point. This has to be a fucking troll. There's no way. There's no fucking way. Oy vey, man. Don't corrupt this innocent child. I know. He claims to be older than me, bro. That's the crazy part. He claims to be older than me. Enlightened Reddit atheist, I kneel. Exactly. I kneel on the neck of George Floyd. That was genuinely funny, though. Women only cheat because men are bad people. Okay, dog. Holy fuck, yeah. Women will cheat on you because you're the bad one. That's crazy, bro. That's actually fucking crazy. W for a good laugh. Let's see. So SNK nostalgia with the 2. Women feel good. I guess so, yeah. And SNK nostalgia also with the 2. I own 36 firearms now. Thank God for the South, by the way. Nice, bro. I own, well, technically 5, but I have 4 with me. I've got a Glock, a 44, and then 2 shotguns. Putting words in someone... Dude, you've literally done nothing but put words in my mouth. You've literally done nothing but put words in my mouth. So, that's rich, bro. That's actually kind of rich. Nah, I don't really carry a gun around with me. Because, I mean, I go to the gym. That's about it. So... I just go to the gym, and I'm not going to carry a fucking gun into the gym. Like, it's not, one, practical, or... I don't know if you can or not. I haven't really looked into it, but I don't really go anywhere that I would need to carry a gun, so...
Groovy!
Let's see, Alex with 100 jewels. Appreciate it, bro. It is, in fact, groovy.
Bring honor to the chapter, brothers.
Huh, what a shock, bro. James Fishback comes in 3rd
Groovy.
place in Florida primary election with 10% of the vote.
Groovy!
Apparently, the guy who came in 4th place had like 8.9%, so he barely even came in 3rd. So, yeah, another Nick Fuentes political W, guys. This is how we save the West. This is how we save the West, guys. Groiped, indeed.
Casualty reclaim it at once. Enhanced tactic ready. No more. Rally point updated. Rally point updated.
Well, technically you can be Mexican and be white because, you know, there are Europeans that have settled in Mexico over the course of hundreds of years that never intermarried. So there are technically white Mexicans, but they're extremely fucking rare. Nick Fuentes is not a white Mexican. He literally has, like, what, 17% native DNA? So, literally, that's impossible to be white at that point. So... Awesome mustache. Oh, let's see. So Alex with the 250 jewels, and then also 250 jewels. Appreciate it, man. The jewels, dude. James Fishback has allegations of trying to date a 17-year-old. Who cares? Like, bro, like, I'm gonna be so honest right now. I don't fucking like James Fishback, but I don't fucking give a shit. Like, can we stop acting like once you magically metamorphosize as a human being when you turn 18? Like, who the fuck cares? Like, honestly. Oh no, dude. A 17-year-old infant was, you know, mistaken for an adult. Holy shit. I don't fucking care. Like, I'm so sick of this age autism thing. Like, it's such an autistic argument.
Well, dude, she was actually 17 years old in 11 months. That's, like, totally pedophilia.
Like, fuck, bro. Like, I'm so sick of that shit, honestly. I'm so fucking sick of that shit. Like, who cares? Like, honestly, who fucking cares? You don't magically metamorphosize like a fucking caterpillar to a butterfly when you turn 18. So you don't, like, literally transform appearance-wise from a physical standpoint to where it would be impossible to mistake a 17-year-old for an 18-year-old or something. Like, it's just so gay, man. It's so fucking gay. You know, I didn't magically transform when I went from 17 to fucking 18. You know, it wasn't like, oh my god, I'm an adult. Like, it's just so stupid, man. I don't know. Out of all the things to worry about, who the fuck cares about that? Like, honestly. Dude, people used to get married when they were like fucking 15 and have kids. Like, oh my god. You thought a 17-year-old was an adult? Who are you, Jeffrey Epstein's best friend? Like, it's so fucking dumb, man. It's so dumb. Alright, Schizo. You just have to do it, huh? Can't help yourself. Yeah, dude, exactly. The Call Me Carson shit. He was like 19 talking to a 17-year-old and they tried to frame him as a pedophile. Like, oh, like, that is the perfect encapsulation of how fucking autistic these retards are. They are so fucking autistic, bro.
Well, dude, that's technically it's child.
Jesus. I don't know, man. But that's like the type of purity testing that's going on, dude. That's the type of purity testing that goes on with this shit, and it's like so fucking stupid. Everyone on Earth is a pedophile. The end. Exactly, man. There is a non-zero chance that every man, woman, and even child has walked down the street one day and found someone who was under the age of 18 to be attractive. And you, as a result, literally rape babies. I don't make the rules, dude, but that's just, it is what it is. It's the same thing, dude. It's the exact same thing. Literally identical. I don't know, dude. I fucking hate the internet. I really do, man. But yeah, dude, the Call Me Carson shit was like the perfect example of just how fucking retarded these fucking dipshits are. Like, oh my god, a 19-year-old adult male was talking to a 17-year-old child. She's literally just out of diapers, guys. What sick fuck would do such a thing? What type of sick freak would talk to a 17-year-old child when they themselves are a 19-year-old grown man? That's literally what we're talking about here, man. It's like insanity. Absolute fucking batshit insanity. If you're attracted to a woman under 50, you're basically Jeffrey Epstein. Exactly, man. The only women you're allowed to be attracted to are 50-year-old cat moms. Otherwise, you are literally a danger to children. The only thing available to you is 50-year-old cat moms.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
It was too frail for the storm. The moment is now. Resupply cache, part of the plan. Allied casualty. Welcome resources.
Let's see. Alex with the 50. Did you watch the EDP dot? Yeah, we did watch it. I thought it was pretty decent. I mean, it definitely is, you know, obviously more directed for the normies who didn't really keep up to date with it, but I thought it was pretty good. I think it was the day it came out. Want to buy a Barrett 50 cal? Not particularly, no. I don't have 15 grand laying around. Yeah, exactly, dude. I wish Trump was everything the left claimed that he was. Exactly. You know, I wish we had martial law, death squads, tanks on the street, you know, men, women, children being ripped from their homes, boots kicking in fucking doors. You know, that'd be great. But unfortunately, it's not reality. Yeah, lots of summer camps, man. Lots and lots of summer camps. No offense, but the U.S. didn't force Latinos to assimilate. We let them have Spanish TV. Who owns the TV networks? Their food everywhere. Who owns the food companies? Or wait. And didn't force English at work or school. Who controls the education system? And who controls the corporations? Again, the Americans are not the problem, man.
So easily slain.
Cream of the pie stream. That's right. Nah, stupid clown, it gets even better. He said that women only cheat on men because men are mean to them. Like, this guy is either beyond naive or, like, very elaborately trolling. I don't fucking know. But yeah. This guy actually claimed that women cheat on men because men aren't good people. When it's like literally the opposite, bro. Women can be in the most abusive relationships possible and they won't leave, and they definitely won't cheat. But they could be with their like perfect guy who loves them, treats them well, does everything they ask, and they will still cheat on that dude. If anything, they're less likely to cheat on the abusive piece of shit guy because they respect him, even if they don't like him. Our relation just wasn't exciting anymore. I didn't feel like I could express myself anymore, and I need to find myself. Cuckingham Palace, something like that. You find a non-insane woman, lock that shit down, and then isolate her from the world. Completely isolate her from the world. I jerk off to my Aerith? No, I don't jerk off to the Aerith cards, bro. But let's just say I have a very nice selection of SFM films that, you know, might get the job done a little bit better.
Bring honor to the chapter, brothers. Anastasis is dead.
Aerith is young enough to be your daughter, Griffin? Shame on you. What, did I get a girl pregnant when I was 9? Or no, Aerith is 22. So that would mean when I was 6. Fuck, man. Yeah. At 6 years old, bro, I was slamming hoes and, you know, out popped Aerith. So, yeah, I guess so, man. At the ripe age of 6 years old is when I had my first child.
Redeploy for combat.
If anything, it's the other way around, bro. Aerith is old enough to be my mom, technically. Because when Final Fantasy came out in 1997, that was the year I was born. So, 22.
Rally point updated. Restored to combat readiness.
Synthetic Man hates Aerith because she's prostitute coded. Dude, if that's what prostitutes were like, I'd hire one every single night for the rest of my life, but they're not, unfortunately. If anything, the type of chick with massive tits that works out all the time is more prostitute coded, which is Tifa. Yeah, literally a bartender. Some of the biggest sleuths in the world, bro. Bartenders are some of the biggest sleuths in the world. You know, they gotta take tips for tips. I mean, they literally called Tifa Boing Chan. Like, Boing Chan. Yeah. Yep, because her tits go boing boing. Dude, that shit's funny as fuck. Boing Chan. See, we used to have a proper industry, guys. We used to have a proper gaming industry.
Restored to combat readiness.
Now, I would say Aerith gives more of like the, you know, childhood friend slash girl next door type vibes. You know? That would be more of what I would say. Compared to like a nurse necessarily. SNK nostalgia with the two. My only regret in life is not Hammer the Berlin. What do you mean Hammer the Berlin? Like go to Berlin or what? The fuck? Oh. If Pokimane had nude leaks, would you stream them? No, I'm not gonna pull up fucking nude photos on stream. That's a terrible idea. That is not a good idea. Plus, I'm pretty sure that's a crime, too. Like, isn't that, like, literally considered revenge porn? Like, if
Alright,
you're
awesome.
distributing,
Thanks, nigga. Alright.
you know, ill-gotten nudes. I don't know exactly how that would work. I wouldn't mind seeing her Lil B cups. Dude, there's literally that video of her tit on stream. Like, where she had her titty out. Like, totally on accident, dude. But, yeah, she was wearing a pasty, but you could see right through it. So, if you really want to see what Pokemon's titties look like, then there's literally a HD video of it available online. So, if you really need to know. Breaking news, they're brown, exactly. Pink nipples only, guys. Some Japanese women have pink nips. Not many, but some. What if they are itty bitty titties with a bob? Yeah, no fucking thanks. Dude, if a chick has a flat chest, then she has to have long hair. Long hair is a must for flat-chested women. Like, you know, I don't really care about boob size, but if you're not gonna have, you know, at least somewhat large boobs, then you need to have long hair. Otherwise, yeah. Then you start getting into fucking, you know, little boy looking territory. I don't know, man. You have brown nips, then you're not white. Yikes.
He was weak, so he died.
Long hair down to the ass. I mean, that's pretty hot, but that's not necessary. I don't know, there's something very alluring about chicks with really long hair. It's hard to describe, but... like, it almost looks ethereal. But... Am I worthy of the Keyblade? Man, fuck the Keyblade. Just give me Aerith if we're talking about Kingdom Hearts. Fuck all that else. Like, I don't need anything else from Kingdom Hearts other than Aerith, my beloved. White women have the best hair. Well, dude, that's why the entire wig industry is literally marketed towards women that don't have white women's hair. So, the entire wig and weave industry is a way for non-white women to have white women's hair. Yeah, I'm just not a huge fan of black hair, personally. I like light brown. Like, light brown is perfect. You know, it can be a little on the darker side, or it can be also on the more blonde side of things, but light brown hair, bro, is like, you know, chef's kiss. I think that's perfect. You know, it's like Asian women who have, like, that light brown hair color. Those are usually the most attractive Asians to me, but yeah, I don't know, dude. I really like that hair color, personally. White women's hair is comparable to horses' hair? Probably. That would explain why the manes look similar. I mean, it's all keratin at the end of the day, so... You know, your hair, your fingernails... what's the other thing? Shit. Doesn't matter. It's all made of keratin, so it's the same material. It's just how your body, you know, produces said hair with the keratin. It would make sense because horses are like the most majestic animals out there, so... I would love to have a horse, but I don't have space for one, obviously. And they are a bitch to take care of, but horses are cool, man. Even more so than a dog, you can truly bond with a horse. Like, horses are incredibly intelligent. So, they're pretty cool. Yeah, I've ridden a horse before. It was pretty cool. Like, you can tell, like, horses can understand you really well. You know, they can tell when people are, you know, apprehensive around them or unsure, or if they're, you know, confident. Like, it's really neat, dude. Horses are cool. But, yeah, I don't know. If you raise a horse from, like, I guess being a colt to an adult, like, they bond with people more than any other animal. So, even more so than dogs and cats. Like, horses are pretty much... you know, as close to truly bonding with an animal as you can get. So. There's like a natural connection between people and horses because we've domesticated them for so long. Like for, I think, what, close to 10,000 years, humans have, you know, raised and domesticated horses. So... But they're very cool animals, man. I don't know. Like, that's pretty neat. Like, you basically have a pet. You can just hop on its back and ride around. Like, how fucking sick would that be? You wake up in the morning, it's like, yeah, I think I'll take a stroll around my property, and you just hop on horseback and ride around for an hour or two. Like, that's got to be pretty fun. You know? Just take it out for a quick ride. And then you can eat it. I'm not Chinese, bro. I don't have the need to eat my pets. Yeah, there was like this... Dude, there was this picture going around today where it was like, I made a steak for my dog because it is now cancer-free. And it was like a picture of a golden retriever smiling with like a scar on top of its head where they removed like the cancer. And the top comment on the post was this Nigerian dude who goes, "In Nigeria, we turn the dog into the steak, not give the dog a steak." And it's like, oh my god. Yup, nuke Nigeria, bro. Nuke it. Just send the fucking nuke, bro. You know, can we get Russia to send a SAR bomb or two and just fucking wipe it out? Like, your first reaction when you see a dog that's getting a steak because it got fucking cancer is, we turned the dog into the steak. It's like, yep, nuke. Kill them. Get rid of them all, bro. And then the other... You'll never guess what the top comment was after that, guys. It's like, you know they own a white because they did not season the steak. It's like, it's a fucking steak for a dog. And the groids are like... They're like, oh, the white people don't season their steak. It's like, it's for a fucking dog, you mongoloid. You don't give dogs seasoning. Dude, I swear to fucking God, bro. That deserves 3 nukes. All right, there we go. 3 fucking nukes now, bro. 3 nukes. 3 fucking nukes. And maybe that'll be enough. It's just like, holy fuck, man. Why people don't season they dog food? It's beyond parody, dude. It really is. It's beyond fucking parody. White people don't season they dog food. Yeah. One race, the human race. One people under God. The only difference is melanin. Dude, I will never get over the fact that Indians didn't even create curry. That's got to be the greatest thing I've ever learned. I can't believe I never knew that. I must say, bro. That has got to be the biggest white people W of all fucking time. Indians didn't even create curry. So even the one thing that Indians can say that they contribute, quote unquote, is a fucking British cuisine. It's not even Indian. It's not even Indian. Yeah, the term curry originates from, like, I think, what, 1000 AD in Britain? So the art of curry is basically just making sauce. So Indians didn't even come up with the idea of curry. British colonists went over to India with curry as already a, you know, integral part of their cuisine. And they just used Indian spices in creating a enhanced version of the curry they already had back in England. So, that's it. Indians did not even come up with curry. What was that thing about Ireland war and some army? I think you gotta be a little more specific than an Ireland war, but I don't know. There's a lot of Irish wars. So, well, yeah, I mean, Europeans are responsible for like 95% of scientific invention. So, like, objectively so, white people have invented pretty much everything in the modern world. So, yeah, East Asians typically just iterate. They don't, like, invent. They just make things better. So they take a concept for something and then improve on it, but they don't make the initial invention, typically speaking. But black people did invent some things that we take for granted. Such as... well, we're waiting. Why don't you look it up? You made the statement. So wait, you're saying that blacks invented things that we take for granted, and then you're telling me to look it up? So you don't even know if what you're saying's true, you fucking retard. Wait, hold on. Oh, no, wait, no. I know what we're gonna watch. Hold on. I've got a video.
I can't afford this shit!
I've got a video we're gonna watch real quick.
This is what I used to.
Wait, wrong guy. Where is it? Man, hold on. I gotta find this video, bro. Just give me a second. My God, why can't I ever find this type of shit, bro? Social medias have such dog shit search functions. Because they're always just trying to recommend you shit. Here it is. I found it. Okay. Perfect. Copy link. Let me send this to myself real quick. Alright, I got it. Thank God, bro. We're gonna watch some inventions here, guys. We're gonna see some inventions. Wait, what the fuck? Hold on. There we go.
Now, 7-Eleven edition. Bro, this shit was terrible, bro. Like, we always gotta grab a walk around snack. My go-to walk around snack was always the peanut butter cookies. You feel me? It was always these. First, I grabbed the biggest cup I can find, and I pull the sugar all the way up until the red line. You feel me? Always to the first line I see. Then I come over to the latte machine. I'll come over here and press French vanilla. So it's gonna be filled up with French vanilla latte and the sugar. Then you come over here, right? I'll normally grab a muffin and, 2 for $2 donut. So it's a 3-piece. So you had your muffin, you had your latte, and you had your 2 donuts. Or chicken roll, you got 2 chicken rollers, right? First, always the chilies first, then the cheese. You feel me?
Some inventions here, guys.
A little bit of everything on there, right? All right, so yo, this is the main course. I normally have 2 of these, and I used to have like an extra one on the side, because remember, it was 4 for $5. So I used to make one on it. It usually be one on this side, one on this side, with 2 chicken joints in it, and I had the hot dog. Whatever looked dry, I used to ask for discounts on it. Sometimes they gave it to me, sometimes they gave it to me, sometimes they didn't, you feel me? Well, I used to grab one of every flavor, you feel me? And I used to just pound down on this. Salted caramel was my favorite, bro.
There's another one, too.
I used to grab this every day,
Hold
bro.
on.
Candy-wise, look, this is why you love 7-Eleven.
If this isn't the one I'm thinking of where he creates a snack, I'll try to find the other one, too.
2 for $40.
This is the right guy, though.
I used to grab 2 of these, but you grab 2 of everything when you went 7-Eleven. They always got a deal. I used to grab 2 for $2.50, the watermelon juices, or I grab 4 of them. This my favorite flavor. It used to be another flavor, like an orange joint, like a mango tropical joint. I used to grab 2 watermelons and 2 mangoes. You feel me? So y'all don't think I'm sitting here eating this shit? We out, y'all. Damn.
Hold on. There's another one where he, like, creates this snack. Hold on. We get to see some inventions. Hold on. Give me a second.
I can't afford this shit!
Maybe it was this one. Yeah, this was it. This was it. Hold on. Yeah. Alright, I pulled up the wrong one. It wasn't 7-Eleven, it was Wawa. Which maybe I can just go here. Oh no, of course not. Of course not. You have to sign in to fucking look at anything nowadays. Alright, let's see. Grab this real quick. Yeah, this is the right one.
Groovy.
Bro. So this is the invention one. Okay. Here we go. These are some of the inventions that I guess Hale CM was talking about. So we'll get to see some inventions.
Yeah, but it was good. Yep. All right, now first off, we gotta grab a walk around snack. We either grab one of these cookies or one of these twists. Now, normally I open both of them and I squeeze them together, so it was like a cookie donut combo. Slap. This used to be.
That's right, man. Combining the cookie and the donut, that's some inventive spirit right there.
One of my favorite combos. I used to take the egg roll, rip the top off of them, gut it out, put my finger in it, and put a mozzarella stick on the inside.
Genius, man. This is what built the West.
So when you buy it, you had an egg roll, cheesy egg roll mozzarella stick. That joint used to smack, yo. Don't judge me until you try it. I used to take the ice cream, dump.
Where would we be without such inventions?
Put in here, mash up some Oreo.
You know, I think Hale had a point, bro. I think Hale really did have a point. These are some crazy inventions that really changed the way we live our lives.
Oreos, put it in here with the cookies and cream milk. Oh my, bro. I'm having flashbacks. Pause. I'm having flashbacks.
Some cookies and cream milk. Yeah, I couldn't just have regular milk. You needed the Oreo milk.
Special hoagie at Wawa, you feel me? But the meatball is better in my opinion. So you got the meatball joint, classic roll, toasted. Make sure it's toasted. You get American cheese. Do not get provolone.
Yeah, you got to get that American shit.
You get barbecue sauce for the sweetness. You get honey mustard just because. You get the ranch for the saltiness. And you get the garlic aioli just for the garlic. You gotta have a mixture of sauces. If you don't have the mixture of sauces, you're doing it wrong. Get the crispy onion because the sauce is gonna soften. The crispy onion is gonna add a different, flavor to it. Once you make your meatball sub and it's done, crush some Funyuns up and lay it on top. Close it back up so it can get soggy. Candy in my slushy cup. Then I do what I like to call the rainbow slushy. I mix and put a little bit of everything. And I normally drink this while I wait for my, because HCs to get done. and I'll dip my pretzel, and then while I'm going along, I'm telling you, try it, it's gonna hit. So I used to do this thing called party mix.
Yeah, make sure to try it, guys. This is some inventive shit here. This is definitely comparable to the internet, telephones, you know, electricity. This is about on the same level, I would say.
I used to make my own party mix. I used to grab these Doritos, okay? This used to be the base, right? And then it was an airbag. I didn't like the fact that it was an airbag. I wanted the bag to feel full, so I used to put the Funyuns in this bag. I used to also put the Flamin' Hots in this bag. So we had like a party mix of Funyuns, sweet chili, and a Flamin' Hot.
Oh my god, bro. Yeah, it must have been genetic, bro. I don't know how he gained so much weight. Them genes and shit. Oh my god, bro. Hold on a second. Here's a palate cleanser for you guys. There's a palate cleanser for everybody. Alright, let's see. Show us what black people invented on Google's AI overview. Alright, I'll look it up. Black inventions. Home security system. Again, not an invention, that's an application of existing technology. An ironing board. They invented a table. Okay. An ice cream scoop. A spoon. Again, these are not inventions. These are different applications of existing items. Again, not inventions. 3-position traffic signal. Again, not a traffic signal, a different variation of a traffic signal. A refrigerated truck. Again, not refrigeration, but combining a truck and a refrigerator. A safety hood. Okay, I guess that's something. Let's see. Electret microphone. Okay, again, not the microphone, a different variation of the microphone. Color computer okay, nope, never mind. Co-invented, so nope. Blood bank plasma preservation. Okay, there we go. Those are the examples that Google provides. That's like nothing, bro. Again, using existing technology in a different application is not invention. So, again, like, That's like an iterative upgrade. But those are the examples that Google provides, so those are the best examples. But yeah, it's a literal fact that, like, over 95% of all inventions came from white Europeans. Like, that's an indisputed fact. Like, the vast majority of scientific advancement came from Europe. Or European peoples. Kool-Aid pop. Fuck, man, I forgot. Shoot. Damn, welfare fraud. Dude, that is true. Kool-Aid pineapples. Yeah. Bruh. Griff, nearly all of it came from France, Britain, and Scotland. I mean, I guess, but it's still Europe, so European peoples. If you want to get, like, super specific, then sure. But there's also a lot of stuff that came out of Scandinavia as well, too, especially on the medical side of things. Yeah, the Romans, the Greeks, you know, they invented a lot of stuff too back in the day. Absolutely. Nah, the Romans didn't copy the Greeks. Not in everything, bro. They were definitely Greekophiles, but they didn't copy the Greeks in everything. That perfect 19-year-old peach ass. God, exactly, dude. How many hoes do I have? I got stacks of hoes, but they're all cardboard. Unfortunately, all my hoes are of the cardboard variety. How come I made gifting subs so expensive? I didn't change any of the sub prices. It should still be $2 for tier 1, $5 for tier 2, and then $10 for tier 3. So I haven't changed the sub prices at all in like 5-6 years. So it's probably just the exchange rates, because they're listed in US dollars, so you're in Aussie land, so it's probably your currency that fell.
The cream of the pie.
Wanted to send 5, but now they're $50? That's a Google thing, not me, so I have no clue. No idea. Let's see. So SNK Nostalgia with the 2. I will never apologize for being Catholic. I mean, there's no reason to apologize, man. You believe what you believe. It's all good. And then also SNK Nostalgia with the 2. What happened to shame? It's gone, bro. It's dead and gone. Yeah, Schizo, you may want to try, if you wanted to gift subs, check on your computer versus phone. Because the phone might have like a built-in Google fee. So there could be that as well. Because I think subbing on iPhone costs more than on desktop. No, don't give Griffin any more of your money. He's clearly a manipulator. Nope, give me all of your money.
Open your wallet and give me all of your monies. Give me money. Give me money. Give me money. Give me money. Give me money.
Let's see. Small shriveled nuts with the 100 jewels. Appreciate it, bro. And then also with the 500 jewels. Big ups. Thanks for that, Water Malone. I'm a manipulator, that's right. If you want, I can talk real slow and coach you on how to enter your credit card number into Google so that you can send me $50 right now. Oh, yeah. Unzip that wallet. Ooh, yeah. Put your little finger on that card. Just slide. Oh, not too fast. Just slide it out. Nice and slow. That's right, good boy. Bruh.
I can't afford this shit!
SNK Nostalgia with the 2, the worst and best. Wait, the worst and the best here. That's right, man. We got a good sample. Give me a countdown. Bro, the countdown shit's crazy. I don't know, dude. The whole countdown thing I don't really get, but, you know, to each their own.
The cream of the pie.
And constructs workshop with the 500 joules with the controller. I love it when you take control. Oh, that's right. Just flick my stick one last time. Now mash square. Ooh, yeah. "10 seconds is all I need." Exactly, man. I'm a trained professional. "10 seconds can't be healthy." I don't know. I would say that's... you probably are pretty healthy if you can fire one off in 10 seconds. I would say everything's working as intended to a, you know, a fully optimized degree if you're able to. I don't know. We won't get into the dick details on that one, but, you know. I think being able to finish faster rather than taking too long is a sign of everything working as intended versus being a negative, but I'm no expert. Arian's goon intense. That's right, man. Exactly. Exactly. But no, I would imagine, like, you know, we don't need to get into all this shit, but I would assume that inability to finish fast is more of a negative than finishing too fast. But I'm not a urologist, so let's ask AI. Is it better to finish too quickly during sex versus it taking longer? Let's see. Oh, it says comfort to your partner. I don't care. From a medical standpoint, I don't care about women, bro. Finishing too quickly. It is extremely common, affecting 30 to 40% of men. It's rarely a sign of serious underlying disease, though it can sometimes be linked to prostate inflammation, thyroid issues, or neurotransmitter imbalances, like low serotonin. Medically called delayed ejaculation or anorgasmia. This is less common, affecting 8% of men. From a medical perspective, taking too long is more frequently a sign of an underlying physical or pharmaceutical cause than finishing quickly. It is commonly caused by side effects from medications such as SSRIs or antidepressants, neurological damage, hormonal imbalances such as low testosterone. So you hear that, guys? Us one-pump chumps are, you know, maxed out on testosterone. And chronic substance abuse or alcohol use. So there you go. It is, in fact, better to finish quicker than slower. Health-wise. Do you think the average rape-brained caveman was taking it nice and slow, bro? Hell nah. He'd bonk that chick on the head, finish up in less than a minute, and then on to the next one, so... Did cavemen have insomnia? Dude, that has to be like one of the top 20 mid-wit statements of all time, bro. Did cavemen have insomnia? Like, oh yeah, dude, I'm so introspective and fucking philosophical. Wow. I thought about the concept about whether or not cavemen had trouble falling asleep. Like, bro, what? That is just, like, such a fucking, you know, self-jerk-off moment of, like, oh, yeah, dude, I'm so thought-provoking. I bet nobody ever thought about this before. Like, how pretentious, bro. How pretentious. Like, that's just peak millennial midwittery right there. Oh, my God, man. Did cavemen have insomnia? The deepest shade of mushroom blue. But did they? I don't know, man. I don't know. Here, do you know what we should do real quick? I've got a bunch of these, which I don't know what they are. We should label these.
Tell me to go join some faggy little game night. Fuck off.
Alright, so we'll rename that. Where's... Oh, there it is.
I can't afford this shit!
Renamed that one. Got a bunch of these.
No. Look. Fine. You want me to just start saying it? I want a chick that puts out all the time, that does crazy things in bed. I want to be able to tie her up and whip her and fucking do the BDSM shit and come all over her face. I want to do crazy sex shit in bed. And a lot of it. Why? Because every single one of my ex-girlfriends went off and did that shit with other men. And I want it to be exclusive. Period. The only way you're gonna get what you want out of the world is if you start demanding it.
Alright, we're gonna call that one BDSM. Alright, and then we got another one here. I've got like a bunch of these I've recorded over time that I just never went through.
And you know what's funny? Nobody wants to suck my fucking cock. And I am feeding myself.
He's feeding himself his own cock. Brutal, man.
Not you. And you know what's funny? Nobody wants to suck my fucking cock. And I am feeding myself.
He's feeding himself his own cock, bro. He's getting his bottom ribs removed. Nobody wants to suck my cock. What a great title for a clip, man. Let's see. We got a bunch of these. What was this one?
Join the local bike group, Ray. Join the local fuck off club, douchebag.
All right. Fuck off club. What was this one?
25,000 subscribers in a month. I'm sure he gets a bunch of sex, too. God, I need to get laid. One take lives.
That one. Yeah, we know what to title that one. God, I need to get laid. What's this one?
Side of dating apps. Doesn't happen. Oh, wait, I forgot. I'm an old bald fucktard that just No one is dating. Who is dating? Who are these people that are dating?
I don't know why I recorded that one.
Side of dating apps. Doesn't happen. Oh, wait, I forgot. I'm an old bald fucktard that just No one is dating. Who is...
I don't remember why I recorded that one. Let's see. What else do we have?
So I got all discombobulated because I went on that walk, and then I got distracted and forgot what I wanted to talk about. Something about loneliness. Something about not having anybody in your life.
Oh, I may have.
I really want to figure out why the hell this seems to eat at me so much.
Why is this 11 minutes? What is this?
I don't know your name. I don't hate anyone. I hate.
I don't know why I recorded that. That's probably gonna get deleted. I might have accidentally tapped OBS. That could have been it. I don't know. What's this one?
Like I need somebody to touch my damn penis.
There's that one. So we know what that one is, bro.
Like I need somebody to touch my damn penis.
Yeah, that's a classic, dude. That's definitely a classic.
I would explain it all. Go fuck yourself.
All right, well, that's an easy one to name.
Oh, and they're looking as fear of sexual assault has grown. No, actually, I want $200. One doesn't need to have
Oh, yeah, I know what this one is.
about $100 to do a reaction to a 33-minute video, dude. I'm not kidding. I want a $100 super chat.
Yeah.
Think I'm kidding.
I remember that one. Did we watch this one?
I just made a video about you. It'd be awesome if you could do a live reaction. I don't know. $5 a little
yeah,
light.
it's that dark brand. Okay, now I remember why. I think I clicked on that one. What was this one? Oh, that's an 11-minute one. Okay. I think that's all the ones I have that aren't titled. So. Did we do this one?
25,000 subscribers in a month. I'm sure he gets a bunch of sex, too.
Yeah, that one we did. Okay. What is this one?
Sony follows suit. I'm going to become the biggest Nintendo fanboy. I'm going to be guzzling Princess Peach's mommy milk. That's just my...
Oh, yeah, Princess Peach's mommy
Sony
milk.
follows suit. I'm going to become the biggest Nintendo fanboy. I'm going to be guzzling Princess Peach's mommy milk. That's just my...
Glug, glug, glug. Alright. Let's see. SNK Nostalgia with the 2. Gen X and no bullshit. Yeah, Gen X is definitely, I would say, superior to the Millennials. 100%. The Millennials are just so whiny, bro. They're so fucking whiny. Like, prime example.
This is the end of an era. For a lot of people that are in the Pokemon community, Pokemon Bank is going to be shutting down in February 2027, and this is going to be affecting over 15 old generation of Pokemon video games. You will not be able to transfer any of your old Pokemon that are in these lists of video games into newer generation titles. So essentially, when Pokemon Winds and Waves comes out, all of your old cartridges of Pokemon games are not going to be able to transfer those old Pokemon. And this is sad. Nintendo is basically cutting.
You guys think I should walk around in one of those Umbreon onesies, bro? Do you think I'd get any 25-year-old Pokeneat GFs?
Out history at this point, and obviously it makes sense from a business standpoint on why they're doing this. Nintendo released Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green on the Switch back in February of 2026. I made a whole video about my thoughts and opinions about that release, but now they're finally releasing Pokemon Home support for those video games in October of 2026. While doing all of that, they're killing Pokemon Bank in the process. Nintendo's whole thinking process and their business strategy is that we're basically selling the old video games on the newer consoles, so there's no point of supporting the old cartridges that we sold 20 years ago. And I'm just gonna say it, Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green were so successful, that's why they're going to be ditching Pokemon Bank. They know they have a cash cow, and they're going to keep selling the old video games to us. And now there's rumors that
that's great, man. I'd much rather them keep doing that than, you know, have to shell out $300 for an old fucking Pokemon game.
Sapphire, Ruby, and Emerald are going to be ported to the Switch. We have no idea how much these games are going to cost. They're probably going to be priced around $20 like how Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green were. I'm just hoping that Emerald is not going to cost more just because it has more features than Ruby and Sapphire, but we just have to wait and see. I didn't buy Fire Red and Leaf Green for the Switch, so I'm probably not going to buy Ruby, Sapphire, or Emerald. Now, some people are actually...
Bro, you have a Pokemon fucking onesie on, and you won't spend $20 on a re-release of a Pokemon game? Brutal, man.
Defending Nintendo, saying that if you really cared about your old Pokemon back in the old previous games, you would have had transfer them to Pokemon Home by now. I did transfer important Pokemon to Home back when they announced the 3DS eShop was closing. I got all of my favorite Pokemon and I kept some of them in the old save file. But I can understand the frustration. Some people actually have collections. Just like in this post here, this guy has over 1,000 Pokemon that consist of shinies, legendary Pokemon, and some Pokemon that he just genuinely enjoys. Now he has to choose either if he wants to transfer all of those 1,000 Pokemon to Pokemon Home or keep those Pokemon trapped in Ultra Sun forever. There's a petition going on to save Pokemon Bank. I think it's sweet. I love this idea, but I don't really think it's going to work. I'll still sign it. I'll still support it, but usually these type of petitions don't go anywhere. There's a petition going on to stop PlayStation from killing physical media in 2028.
Oh my fuck, dude, send the fucking asteroid. Send the fucking asteroid, bro. I'm done. I'm fucking done. I'm sick of living. Holy fucking shit. These Redditors cannot help themselves. A completely unrelated topic. Guys, we need to stop Sony from getting rid of physical... Holy fuck. I'm gonna fucking kill myself, man. It's over.
There's a lot of signatures, but it's not stopping PlayStation from continuing that progress. This is
Send the fucking asteroid.
This is a huge loss for the Pokemon community, and this actually wanted me to open up my old 3DS and see what type of Pokemon I have.
Dude, where's Sephiroth when you need him, bro? He needs to send the meteor right fucking now.
In my original hardware. I have Pokemon Platinum. This is probably the only game that I didn't massively move all of my Pokemon to Pokemon Home. But I have an Empoleon that I caught back in 2011, and this is going to be stuck in this game forever. Same goes with this Luxray.
Then transfer it.
That I caught back in 2012. Also, this Garantina that I caught in 2013 with a Master Ball. There's a lot of Pokemon that have history, and Nintendo is making...
Why the fuck wouldn't you just transfer it then if you care so deeply about your old Pokemon?
You choose to either move them up to Pokemon Home or keep them locked in a game forever. It's really sad when you think about it. There's a lot of history and love to different types of Pokemon. It can show off a lot of people's past, and cutting off that connection to transfer your old Pokemon to newer ones kind of suck. But let me know what you guys...
Yeah, I've never gotten attached to digital Pokemon, you know? Like, I feel like that's kind of an IQ test. Like, do you have an emotional attachment to a fucking particular Pokemon in one of your games? Like, I never have. Like, I genuinely didn't fucking care. I used to wipe my game save all the fucking time. The only reason I would ever transfer is so I could be OP. Like, I wasn't like, come on, Pikachu, we've been together since day one. We can do it. Yeah. I don't, that shit's like super, yeah, I've never cared about that type of shit. Yeah, exactly, dude. I used to wipe my game save all the fucking time. I didn't give a shit. They're fucking digital monsters, bro. Like, I don't have an emotional attachment to my Charizard. Come on, Charizard. We've been together since Pokemon Red all the way up to the brand new Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. We can do it. Yeah. Use Flamethrower. That's a critical hit, Charizard. Good job. You're the best Pokemon ever. Like, bro, that's what I imagine these type of people do. Like, I just, no, it doesn't compute. Nope. I don't have any emotional attachment to that degree over a fucking digital Pokemon. I don't even have that much attachment over me Pokemon cards, dude. Oh yeah, I forgot there are Poketo Monster. Poketo Monster. Like, dude, I just picture those type of people with, like, the Pokemon theme songs just rattling off in their head 24/7. Like, they really do be thinking they the main character and shit. I voiced the characters in the dub, that's right. Unironically, I would probably be better than some of those people. Like, not to toot my own horn, but some of those guys, like, geez, they only got that job because they're Jewish. Let's see. So SNK Nostalgia with the 5. Much appreciated, man. Stewardess School video. Past was doing its best video. Let's see. Stewardess School video. Let me see if I can find it. Do you have a channel name? This one? Nuts Crushed? And let's see, SNK Nostalgia with the 2, it's beyond funny, and also the 2. Watch and have fun, Past did its best. Aged great? Okay.
And now we meet the lovable rejects who we are going to follow through stewardess school. There's a woman who's a klutz. She has the same affliction as the nerd from Police Academy, only more so. So she's playing in the orchestra and she's hitting the drums and she loses a mallet and then it goes in the conductor's mouth and then she falls down and hits the piano and she's like, well, I guess I'm out of the orchestra. Better go to stewardess school. It's where people end up when they have nothing else in life.
Okay.
And then there's a woman who's a female wrestler. She's kind of...
Which is kind of ironic now because everybody wants to be a stewardess. It's like one of the most in-demand jobs.
The tackleberry of the group.
Tackleberry.
So then the klutz is getting out of a cab. And here, again, we take a police academy and we make it better because the klutz gets out of the cab. The glasses guy gets out. The cab driver gets out. The klutz takes her suitcase out of the trunk and she hits both of them in the nuts. Double nut.
Yep, it's free travel. So also you make a shitload of money too. And it's one of the easiest jobs to cheat on your husband with.
Double nuts.
And it really is the exact plot of Police Academy because they cut to a guy who he's the chancellor and he's like, my father gave me this stewardess academy. And then there's a lady now who's like the Lieutenant Harris and she's like, I can't believe you've removed all the standards. Now a bunch of losers are going to join the stewardess academy. And he's like, well, I had to do it for the money. And she's like, well, I'm against it. And then who pulls up? There's this like quintessential kind of ditzy blonde and she has a black parole officer guy who's like, you've been court ordered to go to stewardess school. He's like, you keep getting arrested for being a hooker.
See, that's like the perfect size, guys. Anything more than that is just unnecessary.
So she's like the Mahoney, but she's a prostitute. And she's like, okay, like if you don't make it in stewardess school, we're gonna put you in jail for being a prostitute. And she's like, okay. That's how she talks.
That's all you need.
And then there's a woman who her whole thing is she's slightly overweight. So then they do like a test flight where it's on the ground, but they get all of the stewardess candidates together and they're like, okay, we put together a group of problem passengers and you guys, just to test you, just go through and act like it's a flight. But this is probably one of my favorite scenes, probably in a movie, is the one preppy stewardess, who she's very nice. She's one of our favorites. She comes up with the tray and there's a little boy. He's dressed up like a cowboy. He's got like a little plastic cowboy hat and a little plastic gun. And she's like, hey, little boy, would you like a hot fudge sundae? And she's got all the stuff. And he's like, yeah. And then she's like, okay. And she puts the fudge on and then she says, would you like whipped cream? And he's like, yeah. And then she puts on the whipped cream. She's like, sprinkles? And he's like, yeah, I'd like some sprinkles. And then she was like, cherry on top? And he's like, yeah, I'd like a cherry on top. And then she takes out these nuts and she goes, and how would you like your nuts crushed? And then the little boy takes out his gun and says, how would you like your tits shut off?
Oh, shit. Oh, no.
Then the Chancellor's buddy comes in, Mr. Stromboli.
What's up?
The owner of Stromboli Airlines.
Oh.
And he's like, look, I've known you since you were a kid. You got to help me out. I've got this big FAA inspection. They want to do a test flight to certify my airline, and I need to pass this or I'm going to go out of business. Can you give me some people to use? And I guess the Chancellor decides I'll give him...
Base little... exactly, man.
The people I was going to kick out, and he has him pay him for it. They graduate the rejects just so they can go to Stromboli Airline and pass... This is the big... They have to pass the big FAA inspection and save Stromboli Airlines.
Yeah.
And then, so for some reason, everyone on the flight, they're boarding the flight, everyone on the flight is blind.
Okay.
And we have a guest appearance by George Jefferson from the Jeffersons.
Oh.
And he's blind, and he's making a meal out of his guest performance. He's hitting everybody with his cane. He's like, don't touch me. And he comes on, George Jefferson's there. And then there's also one guy who's not blind is this crazy Charles Manson-looking guy who clearly is going to be a terrorist.
Okay.
Oh, and they're like, there's going to be an inspector from the FAA on the flight, but you don't know who it is.
Okay.
So then the Charles Manson guy puts a little pill in the guy next to him's drink, who's just like a businessman, I guess, to create a diversion. Like, I don't know if it's like ecstasy. I don't know if it's like some hallucinogen. So that guy starts freaking out. And then Charles Manson's just making it worse. So he's like, I just feel weird. It's like some kind of a dream. And the guy gets in his face and he's like, or maybe it's more like a nightmare.
Oh, no.
He's like, what's your worst fear? And the guy goes, closed spaces. And he's like, it's pretty close in here, Jack. And he's like, I'm freaking out real bad. And then at some point, then the crazy guy goes to the bathroom and he's got dynamite taped to him. He makes the bomb. He builds the bomb in the toilet.
Okay.
So now he's got the bomb and the guy's freaking out more and more. The guy keeps freaking out. So then he takes the bomb. Charles Manson takes the bomb and he puts it under Sherman Hemsley's chair. So then at some point, the one guy who's a pilot, his contact lenses get knocked out. Remember our one stewardess who's a pilot? Right. His contact lenses get knocked out. So then Charles Manson goes to the cabin and he takes out some kind of knockout gas. He takes the oxygen that's in the cockpit and puts it on his mouth. He knocks everyone out with the gas. And then he goes down and jumps out the cargo. He does a DB Cooper. He jumps out of the...
DB!
He pulls an old DB. Yeah. And then, so now the pilot's knocked out. And then, so we get the guy who is a pilot. And before he got knocked out, he put it on autopilot. So the guy who can't see is like, well, we'll be fine for now, but I don't know what I'm going to do after this. So now the guy is freaking out. who got drugged. He's freaking out really bad, and all the stewardesses are like sitting on him, and we're like, what are we gonna do? And he's like, oh my god, everything, like it's a storm, there's a bomb on the plane. So this guy's freaking out, and they're like, we have to do something. And then the one
Show us your feet. No.
lady is taking notes, because the one woman's there to take notes for flights to see how they do. And I'm like, what are we gonna do? This guy's freaking out. And then the hooker's like, I know what to do.
Oh.
And she gets on her knees, she unzips his pants,
Oh boy!
she puts a blanket over her head, and she blows the guy.
Wow.
And they're holding him down.
Oh no!
And the one woman's taking notes.
Oh shit!
And I'm like, this is pretty cool.
Yeah.
I was just putting myself in that situation. Like, he's on drugs, which is great.
Yeah.
A wrestler is holding him down. A female wrestler. I was just putting myself like, okay, here's the fantasy.
Yeah.
A female wrestler's holding you down. You're on ecstasy, and another lady's just taking notes, observing. And then the one big lady who's kind of on top of him. And then they just show he, like, I guess comes in her mouth and falls asleep.
Oh.
He just like ah, and then big smile. Big smile. So she saves the day by sucking him off. And then they're trying to defuse the bomb, and they cut one wire. And at one point, the gay guy's like, I know what to do. Give me a bobby pin. And they give him a bobby pin, and he just puts it in his hair, and he's like, I just wanted it. 'Cause I'm gay. And they're like, oh, you. And then the bomb goes off. The bomb goes off.
Oh no!
And it blows a big hole in the side of the plane.
Oh no!
And it starts sucking everyone out of the plane. The lady with the weight problem, her butt gets sucked into the hole. Her big ass plugs the hole and saves.
Just a reminder, guys, this was comically fat back in the day. Like, that's the ironic part, bro. If you watch any, like, early 2000s to, like, 1980s media, like, what they consider to be comically fat is, like, what, you know, most people today would consider to be thick. You know? It's just, it shows you how things have, you know, shifted over the years. Slimmer than me? So what?
It's the day. And then they figure out if they put binoculars backwards on the pilot, he can see. They land the plane.
How is that dumber than a lady's ass stopping a plane from crashing?
And then they're like, okay, we made it through, right?
Okay.
And then they're like, but we have to, now everyone's on trial because they nearly killed a bunch of blind people. And then they're like, but there's one witness. There's one special witness to call. And they're like, it's the secret FAA. It's the secret FAA inspector.
Who is it?
And they're like, we're all going to go to jail. And then he sits down, and it's like from his point of view. We don't see who it is. And he sits down, and they're like, what do you have to report about what went on the flight on that fateful day? And we get to the guy. It's the guy who got the blowjob. And he goes, it was the best flight I've ever been on. And then... And then they all hug. And this is the message of the movie. The message of the movie is, this is a group of rejects. But whatever you think is your curse in life is actually your special power.
Okay.
If you find the right context for what you think is wrong with you. Because if you think about what happened, who saved the day is the hooker blew a guy, and then the woman with the big butt, she blocked the hole. And the whole movie, that was like she was gonna go to jail for being such a prostitute. And the whole movie, the other woman, she's struggling with her weight. She's eating it. They have a scene where she just eats a cake in the middle of the night.
Oh god.
But she ends up saving the day.
Yeah.
And so I think that's the message of the movie. I want to see these two women go on to other things. They could have their own TV show where they use their special talents to like fight crime. Like there could be like a lady cop show called like Big Butt and the Blowjob or whatever. Or I would love to see them just go on and do other things. Whore Mouth in the Caboose. Like I don't know. They're lady cops.
The
past was doing its best.
So. Oh, I just got the copyright thing too. Well, that was good timing. I just got the copyright warning.
Hello, everybody. My name is Paul Beckwith, and there was a new research article that came out
He's definitely Canadian.
in the Sustainable Development Journal that's arguing that in order to achieve sustainability on this planet for humans, between humans and nature and ecosystems, our populations are just way too high. So this paper actually looks at what would happen if we eased population back to 4 billion people to half, you know, in the future, you know, closer to the...
I mean, that's gonna happen naturally, though. You know, even, Africa's birth rate is declining. So, yeah, the thing is, dude, technology basically means we don't need more people. Like, people used to have 5, 6, 7 kids back in the day, not because they wanted that many kids, but because they needed free farm labor. So, again, like, I don't necessarily think a decreasing population is a bad thing. You know, like that video we watched about the Japanese, where basically companies are having to pay their employees more and more out of high school because there's less and less students. You know, basically wages go up when there's less people. Cost of living goes down when there's less people. So you are wealthier with lower expenses when there are less people. I don't understand how that's necessarily a bad thing. The only way it could be perceived as bad is boomers don't get slaves to take care of them. And then on top of that, our wonderful central bank has less bodies to tax.
Present as possible, but do it in sort of easing it, not some draconian measure. So I thought I would discuss this because clearly, havoc is being wreaked upon people and their cities and their occupations and lifestyles and lives are being torn asunder by extreme weather events leading to, heat waves and droughts and wildfires. We just had many structures destroyed in Spokane, Washington from fires going through. We had flooding here, significant flooding in Ottawa, torrential rains leading to flooding about a month ago, which flooded out over 7,000 basements of people. And just in the last day or two, there's been massive torrential rains in the Niagara Falls region, leading to massive flooding of structures. So all over the planet, we're getting more and more havoc. So I've often argued about the three-legged bar stool. We need to slash fossil fuel emissions. That's not happening. We need to use carbon dioxide removal and methane removal methods to reduce levels in the atmosphere in the climate system. And we need to, in order to buy us time, I've always argued that we need to deploy solar radiation management techniques. And that's the most controversial one. The other two are
well, if you want to get rid of carbon emissions, nuke China and India. Otherwise, it's not going to do a damn thing.
Generally accepted, but people are starting to really, panic about what's, about the rate of change. And there's been a lot written by Hansen about what he expects for record global temperatures towards, for the rest of this year, probably setting a record for 2026 if that pans out. If not, 2027 is going to be a massively warm year with the ENSO, the El Nino, on top of all of this accelerated climate change. So let's have a look at this new publication. Achieve sustainability by easing population to 4 billion in sustainable development. So here's a little article in IFL Science about it. Halving the Earth's population to 4 billion is the best way to secure a pro-human future, a new study argues, right? We're currently at 8.3 billion people. So this is a, there's a monster building, so-called monster building in Hong Kong. About 10,000 people live in this particular building. It's insane. How do we ease the world's woes? And there's many right now, obviously, and get back into balance with the planet we inhabit. Well, according to this new study, it would not be amiss to reduce the human population from over 8 billion to just 4 billion, in the future. So, some people say it sounds maniacally misanthropic, more than a little eco-genocidal. But what they do is, the philosophy most clearly outlined is gently easing and reversing population growth and moderating per capita impacts is a pro-nature and pro-human strategy. And
nah, India and China together are closer to 3 billion, if you actually believe their population numbers. So you'd have to take out another. I guess you could add, I don't know, but no, I'm talking more so about carbon. Like, if that's the goal, dude, get rid of carbon. China and India emit so much fucking carbon that any, gain made by the US, Western Europe, etc., to reduce carbon emissions is immediately offset by India and China. It doesn't even matter.
We've seen fertility rates around the world dropping in large numbers of countries. So what this lower population would do, it would ease pressure on natural resources, reduce poverty in high fertility, lessen poverty in high fertility regions by way of smaller family sizes, reduce pollution, reduce resource and immigration conflict, and improve quality of life in densely populated areas. A more modest population, i.e. about 4 billion in the future, would protect Earth's natural heritage, including its wild habitats, wild species, and its climate. Such a world is within our grasp. Now, I'm not dwelling on the timescales, because I think these timescales I use here are ridiculous. It has to be done much quicker. The researchers aren't proposing any mass culling of people, nor any malevolent eugenics programs, right? They think by giving women family planning services, improving girls' educational opportunities, especially in low-income countries, they figure that can go a long way to
You guys hear that, right? By giving women basically more money, you stop them from having kids. Wow. They said the quiet part out loud here in the West.
reducing fertility rate. It's not a new argument, but there is data to back it up. So Iran started efforts to promote family planning, fertility.
Now we know why so many companies push to hire women.
Rate, which is the average number of children each woman has. It dropped from 4.08 in 1992 to 1.94 in 2001. So, in the space of 9 years, very significant drop, more than half. In South Korea, it fell from 4.07 in 1972 to 1.93 in 1984, 12 years afterwards. So it's very doable. Costa Rica, 4.16 to 1.98. And there's no coercive or manipulative means. Basically, it was achieved by improving reproductive health services and broadening the education for girls. When women are free to decide how many children to have, fertility rates tend to fall toward replacement level or below, often very rapidly. There's another side to the argument. Discussions about overpopulation often have a nasty aftertaste of ecofascism, or the idea that Homo sapiens are essentially a burden on the natural world and need to be kept in check by an authoritarian fist. This sits uncomfortably with many people, right? The issue, they say that the issue isn't overpopulation, but it's governments and corporations not doing enough with the resources we have. But there is evidence to show that we can produce enough food to feed everyone on the planet sustainably, but it would take massive changes in priorities and policy, and we're not seeing that happen. Okay, so there's plenty of reasons in modern history to be concerned about population control ideas like forced sterilization, coercive one-child policies, colonial-era rhetoric blaming the poor for straining resources, have all been carried out under the guise of managing a healthy population. But it's, the philosophy behind this paper is that we should expand choice and freedom, not restrict it, especially for women, and that will lower global fertility rates. But we need a global shift in mentality, away from the pursuit of ever-growing wealth and consumption on our finite planet. Ever-growing wealth and consumption are not ecologically sustainable. The sooner our societies grapple with this inconvenient truth, the better. Ever-increasing levels of population and resource consumption are not in the interest of future generations and not the way to sustainability. Helping population growth end and gently and justly reverse, while also moderating per capita impacts, is our best hope to secure a sustainable, desirable future worldwide. So it's a new study. It was just published in the journal Sustainable Development. So let's just go and have a look at it. Before I do, I want to show you, the World Bank is a wealth of information. So if you just go to the World Bank website, World Bank Group, they have World Bank Open Data. They have data on everything. They have global atlases. This is information on population, our 8.2 billion population, the GDP, 118.35 trillion in 2025. And it's just a wealth of information. And there's something called the Global Development Atlas, and you can scroll down and it talks all about your stats and very, very well presented information on everything to do with human society, stats and figures. So I just wanted to point those out. So this is a paper. It's open source, just published in Sustainable Development. So the idea is, we've had massive increases in human population, therefore massive increases in resource use, and many undesirable environmental effects, biodiversity loss, climate change. But a research gap exists. The ultimate causes are often not described with precision or mentioned at all. In this study, metrics of biodiversity, consumption, and pollution show very strong correlations when you chart them against human population size and its per capita impacts. Okay, so they look at all the available data and they show that slowing or gradually reversing population growth to about 4 billion or less, while moderating per capita impacts, is a path towards sustainability. We would get habitat recovery, conserve wild species, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, reduce conflict over resources, reduce global poverty. So let's just have a look at the data. You can read the specifics about it. Like this is very hard hitting. We may be living in the most critical century in human history. Unprecedented population size, resource consumption, technological power, with AI especially, have placed us in a most precarious position. While we've achieved significant progress in many areas, like improving lifespan, quality of life for many people, reducing child mortality rates, alleviating poverty.
Yeah, exactly, dude. They want to reduce the wrong populations. So that's the thing. They want to take all the third worlders, supplant them in the first world, and then wipe out all the original first world populations. So then they get their, third world hellscape that they can rule over.
Poverty, but that's reversing now. Expanding access to education, upholding human rights, all this stuff is reversing now. Our collective impact on the planet's ecosystems have become overwhelming and unsustainable. Okay, so they, total impact is population times the per capita impact per person, right? That's pretty clear, an iPad equation. And they go into sort of look at, what people have written about population. So I'm just going to go to the data. So this is the Living Planet Index. The Living Planet Index, LPI, is a metric of abundance of over 5,000 species of mammals, birds, fish, amphibians, and reptiles. Okay? So we've got human global population in billions increasing here, and the Living Planet Index, based on relative to 1970 when it was 1, has significantly declined. It's only about 30% of what it was in 1970. And it correlates very strongly with population growth. CO2 emissions. This is billions of tons CO2 emissions and global human population. You can clearly see, these track very closely with global population. This is ecological footprint in terms of billions of global hectares of land. So as population increases, we use more and more. We have a much bigger human ecological footprint on the planet. Okay, more and more land is used for human purposes. And then this is the total energy use in exajoules, tracking very closely up with population. You can look at any other resources, like this is fresh water use going up with population. Plastic production, look, it's curving upwards, so exponential increase of plastic production since 1970. This is not mineral extraction, billions of tons of mineral extraction. Things extracted from the earth, again, very sharp rise with population. Pesticide use, agricultural pesticide use, millions of megatons, and just sharply up. I mean, you can see, the data is very, very clear, the impact of population, and you can do future projections and so on. And clearly, if this is a metric, and I've shown you plots on all these from this paper, period with decreasing per capita impact. And if there was no population growth, you would get recovery of a lot of these metrics. Okay, so
if the Earth reaches more than 2 degrees Celsius, it won't be our planet anymore?
Bruh.
I don't know what's more retarded, bro. What you just said there, or the fact you said that women cheat on men because they're mean. Yeah, women will cheat on a guy because he's a piece of shit, or that if the temperature increases 2 degrees Celsius, it won't be our planet anymore. Cast your vote for the most retarded statement said this stream, but how does that even make sense?
With lower global fertility rates, you would get...
Oh my god, dude. It was like 70 degrees out, now it's 75. Oh my god. Are we even the masters of our own planet anymore?
A recovery of Earth systems. Okay, and they talk about that. They talk about that. They address the fear of an aging population with lower birth rates, leading to economic decline. Well, it's not well supported. We haven't seen that. So from 1970 to 2020, the percentage...
Yeah, exactly. The fucking lizard men will emerge from the Earth's crust. Finally, with the temperature warm enough so that they don't have to hibernate. They can take over the planet once more.
The working age population declined globally from 77% to 55%. The global GDP went up more than double in that same time period. And they go on.
Wait till this 5-head realizes what the temperature of the Earth was prior to the Ice Age.
On and on and on, and they talk about, globally, over 200 million women don't have access to the family planning services they need. Africa averaged 4.2 children per woman.
Yeah, exactly. We'll be having a real-life Emergence Day.
Of 2022, its population growth of 2.37% per year, forecast to doubling in 30 years. They look at all different regions of the world. Worldwide, smaller families have more income per child. Infrastructure can catch up to demand. Child survival rates increase. And they go on and on. So basically, the whole argument is that gently ending and reversing population growth and moderating per capita impacts is a pro-nature and pro-human strategy. It will ease pressure on natural resources, lessen poverty in high fertility regions by way of smaller family sizes, reduce pollution, reduce resource and immigration conflicts, and improve the quality of life even in densely populated areas. A more modest population, i.e. gently easing population to 4 billion, would go a long way to protecting Earth's natural heritage, including its wild species, habitats, wild species, and its climate. So such a world is within our grasp, but we're fighting the clock here, right? Because we're near all these tipping points in the Earth climate system, and those will rocket us into a lot more grief. So, as bad as you might think things are today, it's only scratching the surface of what we can expect in the near-term future on our current trajectory. So thank you for listening. please go to my website, paulbeckwith.net, and donate to PayPal to support my research and videos. Thanks again, and bye for now.
Wait, his research? He just read a bunch of other people's shit. That's like the quartering saying, I need money to make videos. I read somebody else's article. Oh boy, man. What's up, guys? Cockball penis fart here, and bro, hell yeah, dude. I'm sure this is gonna be great.
Another group is posting GTA 6 leaks. You might remember about 4 years ago.
Oh my god, dude, that's crazy.
There was a leaker who just opened Pandora's box showing a lot of early development footage of the game. I don't know how
SNK nostalgia with the 2 nuclear energy can fix this. Yeah, it absolutely could. But boomers have such a, you know, irrational fear. But yeah, it's ridiculous. We should be harnessing nuclear.
if you followed that, but that guy got turbo face fucked. They came after that guy like they were catching Osama bin Laden 2.0 here. They brought the hammer down. It was like they were fucking hunting Cobra Commander. Like, they had all the authorities involved, and when they eventually caught him, they let Hulkmania run wild. They institutionalized him with an indefinite hospital order for life, and then eventually he got sent to standard prison, but they went ballistic with it. I wouldn't be surprised if they strapped his ass to a chair like Hannibal Lecter, and then shipped him to Guantanamo Bay, and then reopened Alcatraz just for that guy, and then sent him to the padded cell. Like, they were showing no mercy to the GTA 6 leaker. And now, there is a group that has come forward and has started releasing some more GTA 6 footage. Some of it's older, like 3 years old, but some of it appears to be new footage. I obviously can't talk about it, I can't show you anything from it, not a screenshot. I probably can't even describe it with words, like trying to paint a picture, because of just how serious these leaks get taken by Rockstar and the authorities. Now, this comes just days ahead of the GTA 6 Netflix trailer reveal, which is limited time exclusivity, where they're paywalling the trailer for like 6 hours before releasing it on YouTube. I've already yapped about that. Don't love that. Don't even really understand that, but GTA 6 is like the most monetized product of all time. They are going to milk those titties until there is nothing left in the bosom. So they're even like highly monetizing the trailer premiere to new levels here. And so now these leaks have come out, taking some of the bite out of it, even though what got shown here in the leaks for this first wave, while they're also threatening to release more, so maybe there's more to come, who knows, but nothing they showed here I think would even be in the trailer, to be fair, because some of it is old footage. I don't think they'd be showing that for their big hoorah on the Netflix premiere for it. But even still, it is a big leak. Like, it is a big deal. This is like one of the most closely guarded pieces of media, and now there's been another leak, and the group that has leaked it has actually come forward and publicly talking about what they're doing and why, even publishing a manifesto with 3 commandments in there. It's a little wacky, especially considering the footage is fucking watermarked with their own crypto coin plastered all over it to try and get you to pump their coin. And they, don't worry, are reassuring you that it's not just a cash grab. Actually, this is a noble battle on behalf of all gamers to save games forever. So they published their commandments in their manifesto, and in a nutshell, it's ending digital pre-orders, ending baked-in DLC, which can only be accessed through additional purchases, and ensuring offline playable versions for any single-player content in online games. All of these are very popular conversations and topics over the last couple of years. Pre-orders, everyone has fucking spit on for years. Obviously, that's not something I love either, the direction that the industry's gone there. The DLC with the additional purchases, that's kind of specifically targeting things like what GTA 6 is guilty of doing with their Ultimate Edition and paywalling like legitimate gameplay features and mechanics. Another thing that I've yapped about big time. And then, of course, the no physical media.
But he's still gonna buy the game and the $100 edition at that.
Media is a really, really huge thing right now. And one of the things that they were highlighting is how unacceptable that is and how it's pushing games in a terrible direction. All of these things are very legitimate complaints. And then they're also talking about, like, you know, Stop Killing Games initiative, fundamentally, where games shouldn't just evaporate and vanish overnight because companies are pulling out, so the product you paid for now no longer exists and is no longer accessible. Like, these are very legitimate complaints. But I think it's just a very convenient excuse to parade around as the hero looking like the good guy leaking GTA 6. Like, I don't think it's actually doing anything to help in those regards. In fact, you could even make a strong argument that this is just free marketing for Rockstar, because now everyone's talking about GTA 6 and getting excited for the Netflix premiere. Because, again, what they're showing isn't what's going on Netflix, so now they're just showing gameplay that people are getting hyped for in anticipation for the trailer. So, like, it's not like they're really facing any big consequences as a result of the leaks. Like, yeah, they're probably upset, and it definitely is a headache, and it is a crime, but it's not, like, hurting them. They're not going to all of a sudden sing a different tune like, oh, we've seen the error of our ways, we will make a physical version of GTA 6 immediately, post-haste. It really does feel like, to me, this is just a convenient way of getting a big ol' payday here through these leaks that obviously tons of people were going to see. So they're plastering their crypto coin all over it while saying that the fundraising they're doing is actually for a top secret project that's going to benefit all gamers. We're going to be blowing our loads because of this top secret project. That's where the money's going through this crypto. It's like, hard to take them at their word there. Like, the whole thing is just very odd, and they're risking years in jail for this. And I do find it a little...
Yeah, but they're probably like over in Russia or some shit where there's zero chance they'll ever actually be prosecuted.
Silly that they're criticizing the monetization schemes, which is a very legitimate complaint about the games industry, and specifically GTA 6 as well, while also pumping their own crypto coin all over the footage. Now, anyway, they do insinuate they have more leaks to come for GTA 6, and they do talk about the anti-consumerism that's tightening its grip. Every year gamers get less for what they pay. True statement, yeah. And then they talk about the funds that they're raising for their secret project that won't be disclosed. They then go on to say that they will not stop until they issue a public statement and apology with a concrete commitment to be better. Words are not enough, restitution is mandatory. Basically saying that they have more piss in their balls and they're not afraid to use it. The urination will continue and...
That's right, guys, they're gonna piss out of their fucking balls.
Jesus, man.
Unless there is a public apology and like a roadmap on improvements they're going to make to rectify these terrible practices that they've standardized. But again, I don't really think any of them are too torn up about the leaks. I don't think they're panicking. It's only like a matter of days until the Netflix trailer releases, and right now all this is doing is drumming up hype for that for free. Like, I don't think people are just going to not watch the Netflix trailer now because they've seen 3-year-old footage from some of the clips, or even just like a couple of clips from what seems to be a more modern build. They just seem to want more, and it's just drumming up more and more interest, and now more and more people are talking about the Netflix trailer. Again, I don't think it's going to force any action here or any concrete commitment to be better, and I really think they know that, but as I said, this is huge news. Everyone's being inundated with these clips now, and that means that their crypto is being seen by tons and tons of people, which has the potential to make them a lot of money for their top secret project that they're not disclosing, whatever that might be. But again, even though I don't think that Rockstar is going to be hurt by this, I do think they are going to come out with the Iron Fist again and try and have them locked up for life. Like, they are merciless when it comes to these leaks. So they have taken a huge risk here by releasing these leaks, and even speaking publicly about it probably opens them up even more so to investigators. So
wow, man, this is some really insightful commentary.
It is a huge risk they've taken here. I guess we'll see how it all plays out. But yeah, anyway, just had to...
Yeah, guys, I guess we'll just see how it all plays out.
About this a little bit. I was very surprised to see more GTA 6 leaks after what happened to the first guy who did it. And obviously, my heart's not breaking for Rockstar here. You won't find me with some French cries over some of their footage leaking and people seeing...
Dude, he said French fries instead of fries, because they're salty.
GTA 6 a little early, and if I'm being honest, I'd love to be totally wrong about my assumption here, and maybe Rockstar really is, like, super bothered by this and actually might start singing a different tune with a lot of the practices that they have been implementing into GTA 6 here. Like, if this does have, like, a positive, profound effect on, like, you know, the lack of physical media, the direction that all of this is heading, Rockstar's practices, like with the Ultimate Edition and what they're paywalling there, as well as just how incredibly anti-consumer a lot of the decisions, specifically around GTA 6, have been, then wonderful. But I don't see that happening. I highly fucking doubt that's going to happen. They've already secured billions upon billions upon billions of dollars already for GTA 6 off just fucking pre-orders. The trailer's going to be doing billions of impressions across Netflix and YouTube and Twitter and wherever else it's going to be reposted. Like, I don't think it's going to actually have them second-guess any of the decisions they've made around their products. But who knows, I guess. We'll see. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya.
That was super interesting. Okay, there we go. I don't know why it keeps making me sign in, man. It's annoying. $50 to be 5 nights at Freddy's on stream. No, because that game, like, isn't it super fucking autistic? Like, you have to constantly keep checking shit. And you, like, fail, and then you have to restart the entire fucking thing? No thanks. Nope. I'm good. That is like the literal complete opposite of what I would want to play. What the fuck is this shit? What the fuck is this shit? I have no fucking idea, guys. This is for my age bracket? I don't think so, man. This is beyond me. Oh god, this fucking retard.
In the comments.
I cannot fucking stand the way this guy talks, bro.
They're all saying it's me. I think many modern Final Fantasy fans are actually Kingdom Hearts fans, and they want FF to be more like Kingdom Hearts. It's like a wolf in sheep's clothing.
Well, ask Chaka Shaka, and that's not the case. Although, I don't know. Chaka Shaka might like it better.
Except it's more like Mickey Mouse dressed as Squall. Oh, Final Fantasy's always been about change. Does Call of Duty have to be an FPS? That's basically the main argument. Big modern Final Fantasy fans. They can't argue, honestly. E33 came, and basically all these arguments just don't work anymore. If Blizzard was like Square, they would make Overwatch, and they would call it Warcraft 4. I realize that you're just like me, trying to make history.
I don't know, bro. My Goyim stat's not high enough to find this guy funny.
Poor editor. In defense of the modern FF fans,
I hate this editing style so fucking much, bro.
This is gonna be a good video. There's a reel going around on Instagram and TikTok, which is your sleep paralysis demon is an insufferable Final Fantasy fan. Now, someone sent this to me because in the comments, they're all saying it's me. Now, I don't know whether the creator himself intended that, although if he is making it about another content creator, I can't imagine who it would be, all right? If it's not me, then introduce me at once, because that guy sounds awesome. Anyway, let's see how it goes.
Final Fantasy has to be turn-based. I know each entry in this franchise has always tried something new, but I would like them to rehash the past. I'm nostalgic for a simpler time in my life, and I'm projecting that onto this franchise. No, I want you to remake the game. Just remake it identically to how it was before. Nothing new, please. No new vision for this. Just 30 years ago again, please. Final Fantasy hasn't been good since 10.
I don't know, mate. Demon seems pretty cool to me. Now, I... Hop in and, you know, chuck in my 2 cents.
I'm so funny! Jesus Christ, bro.
Demon seems like
These people are fucking insufferable.
Pretty cool guy, you know? And you know
they're absolutely fucking insufferable.
Funny.
I hate this type of fucking content, dude. I really fucking do.
You go down. It's like that one Instagram Final Fantasy guy who does nothing but complain about 7 Remake.
I'm so funny, I have to make sure that everyone knows how funny I am.
Pretty cool.
It's like Rich with his fucking applause button. But instead of hitting the applause button, he just has this weird Reddit Chungus laugh. Like it's a nervous tick. It literally is a nervous tick, bro. I'm telling you.
Take pride in the fact that the FF7 Remake subreddit mods has to make a rule that there were to be no more threads screaming about your videos. People have told me, right, that there are FF7 Remake Facebook groups, and when someone posts like a short of mine in there, everyone has a meltdown, and then they delete the post. Like, I've become Voldemort to these people. That's some of these arguments.
Fantasy hasn't been good since 10.
Final Fantasy hasn't been good since 10. I wouldn't say good, I would say great. Final Fantasy hasn't been great since 10. That is true. 10 is the last game in the series that's kind of universally agreed upon as a great game. It's the last Final Fantasy that had like major mainstream appeal. It sold 22 million copies, all right? This isn't some niche little thing with a cult following. While some after that have sold well, they have never cracked the mainstream. 13 has a weird cult following, but it still has no appeal outside the diehard FF fanbase. 15 sales are a trick that can only be pulled once. 15 sold well because it was the first FF on PS4. It had a gigantic marketing budget. It had the Kingsglaive movie with Lena Headey at the height of Game of Thrones popularity, Aaron Paul at the height of Breaking Bad popularity, and I think Sean Bean was in it as well, I think, and...
Dude. Wait, he's actually arguing that Final Fantasy 15 was a success because of Kingsglaive? Bro, most people who played Final Fantasy 15 have never even watched that movie. What the fuck is he talking about? Dude, I love Final Fantasy 15, and I still didn't watch that movie until like 7 years after the game came out. So, yeah, that's a crazy statement. Yeah, the movie's the reason. Okay, I guess Final Fantasy 7 wasn't popular until fucking Advent Children, right?
FF15 was also not 13, it wasn't Stormblood, and it really looked from the trailers and the hype like FF was going to be back, and it wasn't. And the poor sales of FF16 show how many OG fans are not going to get fooled again. Yeah, so to answer your question, yes, Final Fantasy hasn't been great since 10. That's kind of a universally agreed upon point.
Final Fantasy has to be turn-based.
Yes, I would actually argue it does have to be turn-based.
Final Fantasy hasn't been turn-based in a very long time, but, you know, these people don't understand what turn-based means.
It's not the only thing that fell apart, but notice how when they stepped away from turn-based, the whole series went downhill. Notice how, like, it just went...
So Final Fantasy 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, pretty much any of them with... Yeah, no. Sorry. Final Fantasy 7 is not a turn-based game. So having a cooldown timer is not the same thing as turn-based. So, sorry, bro. Not a turn-based game.
Down the toilet pretty much the second they did that. Yes.
Pokemon is a turn-based game. Final Fantasy X is a turn-based game. Final Fantasy VII is not a turn-based game.
10-2 was turn-based, but 10-2 shows that being turn-based is not enough for a Final Fantasy game. It also has to have a strong story and strong characters, and it doesn't. There's a reason 10-2 is part of the Dark Ages. In fact, it's the beginning of the Dark Ages. In fact, many of you who lived through the FF7 to 10 time period, when you saw the cover of 10-2, you probably thought, oh, yes, the series is over now. And it was. So that...
Like, dude, how cringe is this?
Who lived through the FF7 to 10 time period, when you saw the cover of 10-2, you probably thought, oh.
Like, look at this, bro. I'm sorry, like... This is the most Reddit-tiered fucking dog shit I've seen in quite some time.
Oh, dude, I'm gonna hyperimpose my face on a female body. I'm totally not gay.
Guess the series is over now. And it was.
This is like literal fucking just Redditor shit. And here he goes. Oh! Oh!
So,
I'm so far.
You might enjoy 12. But
wow, I'm surprised he didn't put his face on this woman either.
I've never really liked 12's combat.
It's just,
12...
This is not my type of content, dude. It's just unbearable. This is Goyim tier entertainment, if you can even call it that.
Feels like a single-player MMO, and my tinfoil conspiracy theory is that Square made it that way in order to get more people to play FF11. And some of you probably picked up FF11 because of 12, in which case, mission successful. Why? Because as soon as Square made FF11 and started seeing MMO money, remember, this is 2 years before World of Warcraft, as soon as they realized how much money an MMO could make, I think that has dominated their design philosophy ever since. I don't need to spell it out, but an MMO you pay for monthly. Every month you pay like $10, $15, whatever. Now multiply that. Well, over a few months you've already paid for a whole game. Over several years you paid for like, it's like buying like 10 Final Fantasy games. Like, they want you to be doing this.
Yeah, we're gonna see if we make it through this.
And in 12, you can see the roots of FF14's design. I mean, like, just you running from the open world into a town, you get the dot lines, which you'll see in FF14 in the divisions between, say, like, Ul'dah and different areas. 12, you just go into dungeons with, like, tank healer, DPS, and all that stuff. Oh, we're talking about the turn-based thing. As we learned from Clear Obscure Expedition 33, turn-based moves at a different rate and speed, cinematically, than action does. And that's why when there's that big musical transition in that Act 2 boss fight, you know what I'm talking about, where it's like, dun 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 dun, like, that works because it's turn-based. Because you can stand there and just really soak it in, drink in, and be floored.
Okay, well, you can't do that in Final Fantasy VII. Can't do that in Final Fantasy VIII. Can't do it in Final Fantasy VI.
By that, but you wouldn't be able to be floored by that song as much if that boss immediately started sprinting up and just like punching you in the face non-stop and there was nothing you could do about it. I'm not saying that action is worse. I'm saying that action music can express a different feeling better than turn-based can.
What happens if you're in the Sephiroth fight and you just want to sit there in Final Fantasy VII and take in the scenery? What would happen? I'm just curious.
Example of that is the boss music Birth of the Wish from Nier Automata. You know, dun 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 dun. Oh, Metal Gear Revenge.
Oh my god, dude. It's just I can't, bro. This is too much.
Standing here, I realize. You know what I mean? Like, that works brilliantly in action, and it just probably wouldn't work as well in turn-based. Because of that foundation of Final Fantasy being
there's no fucking world where we need to hear his rendition of video game music.
That way for basically 10 games straight. It just does not and cannot hit the same in the modern games. Final Fantasy has to be turn-based. I would argue it does. Let me put it this way. If you're going to replace the foundational
Name 5 turn-based Final Fantasies.
Gameplay that the OG fanbase loves, it has to be as good, if not better, than what you replace it with. Did I word that right? It has to be as good, if not better, than what you're replacing. And it wasn't. It went from other game companies copy classic Final Fantasies turn.
Name five turn-based Final Fantasies.
Based gameplay. No company.
Just 5. I want 5 turn-based Final Fantasies.
From what I've seen, copies modern Final Fantasies gameplay. I've never seen an FF15 like. I've never seen an FF.
Hold on, this is Cope, bro.
Company, from what I've seen, copies modern Final Fantasies gameplay.
Modern Final Fantasy gameplay. Dude, Final Fantasy 13's gameplay is literally Final Fantasy 7's gameplay. It's the exact same gameplay. It is cooldown-based command combat. You input the command, once the cooldown timer finishes, then it executes the commands. That is literally the exact same thing as Final Fantasy VII. I don't know what to tell you. Same thing with 6 too.
I've never seen an FF15 like. I've never seen an FF13 like, or a 12 like. In fact, 13 and 16 are kind of in their own categories because they copy the worst parts. 13 copies the worst part of, I think, Persona 3, where main character dies equals game over. You know, imagine if you're playing FF7, Cloud dies and that's game over, even though Tifa and Barret is still alive. This is a stupid idea. It's stupid. In fact, 13 is, from what I've seen, a great example of everything not to do in turn-based combat. You know, its UI is a confused...
It's not turn-based. He just called Final Fantasy 13 turn-based.
Using dog's breakfast of a mess. As for FF16, I mean, that's just a shallow ripoff of Devil May Cry. And yes, we all know that it's the Devil May Cry director doing it, but no one cares, all right? No one cares about the process when the result is dog water, all right? The fact that Devil May Cry fans...
Does he understand what turn-based combat is? Turn-based is like playing chess. You make one move, then your opponent makes one move. You make a move, your opponent makes one move. It's like Pokemon. Pokemon is the perfect example of turn-based combat. You take a turn, your opponent takes a turn. Then you take a turn. You know, if you have to wait for cooldown timers, that if you don't execute a command, the opponent keeps attacking, that's not turn-based combat.
Say it's insulting to compare 16's combat to DMC. That tells you a lot. That tells you a lot. 7 Remake Rebirth's combat is a very interesting conversation because it's kind of held as sacrosanct that you're not allowed to criticize it or dislike it. I don't hate it. I just don't think it's anything amazing. But the thing is, I will argue this. I might like 7 Remake and Rebirth's combat more if the story and the characters and the tone were intact. If they were really strong, if they were really good, if they weren't completely butchered. But because they are completely ruined, that then affects how...
Yeah, dude, when I win, Reddit will be shut down. Don't worry.
I feel about the combat. It makes me less enthusiastic to win a fight when the reward is watching Red 13 splooging on Cloud's face, which is
first day as dictator. Reddit shut down. That'll be one of the first acts.
Basically the equivalent of what we get in Rebirth. People might argue that, oh, you know, you never learn this combat in depth. Why do I need to? Like, I've beaten the game. I'm not impressed with the story or the characters. Why would I want to spend as much time as possible with it? And I'm not saying it's the worst system in the world. I'm just saying that, like, it didn't grab me and it didn't grab a lot of people. But you're allowed to like it. I'm losing my train of thought here, though. What was the point I was originally trying to make? Let me just think if there's any last things I can say about this. Final Fantasy has to be turn-based. Does Call of Duty have to be an FPS? What about GTA? Does it have to be a third-person shooter? Metal Gear Solid?
Call of Duty originally was not going to be an FPS franchise, just FYI.
Does that have to be a stealth game? I'm not sure. Let's continue.
I know each entry in this franchise has always tried something.
Does Metal Gear have to be a stealth game? Absolutely not. Look at Metal Gear Rising.
Something new, but I was
the best Metal Gear game, by the way. The best. Because it wasn't made by Kojimbo, but...
like them to rehash the past.
Here's the problem.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. It's just... This is way too fucking Goyim maxed for me to enjoy. I hate the editing style, for one. Not a fan of the personality at all. And the points he's making are just nonsensical. Like, turn-based combat is not synonymous with Final Fantasy. And it hasn't been for a very fucking long time.
With this video. It's actually like a funny idea, but it gets ruined the further it goes on because this is basically a very dishonest representation of the argument. Notice how Metal Gear Solid 2 played like 1, but with a few things improved or different. Notice how 3 played like 2 and 1. Would you say that like those games are bad because they don't dramatically change the genre every time? Metal Gear Solid 1, 2, 3, and 4 are like all clearly the same series. They're all like these stealth games, and you can even see that in the NES pixel versions. But when they change the combat dramatically and becomes high-octane action, they don't call it Metal Gear 5. They call it Metal Gear Revengeance, all right? That's how you do it. That's how you change the combat or the gameplay dramatically and still have the audience like you, all right? Square tried to do this with Strangers of Paradise. I don't know.
Hold on. No. You are talking about direct sequels. You're not talking about a... What is it? What's that fucking shit called? I can't think of the word. But it's like, we're dealing with independent games here. Final Fantasy VII has nothing to do with Final Fantasy II. Final Fantasy X has nothing to do with Final Fantasy VI. We're not talking about Final Fantasy 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 all being completely, you know, in line with each other story-wise. You would expect them to be the same genre. They're an anthology. That's what I was thinking of. It's an anthology series. It's not a bunch of connected stories that share an overarching plot. The storylines of the majority of Final Fantasy games have fucking nothing to do with each other. It's an anthology series. Therefore, what happens in one game has no bearing on the next. Metal Gear Solid 1, 2, 3, and 4 are in the exact same storyline, so you would expect continuity in not only the story, but also the gameplay. So that's just a completely retarded argument. So it's not the same thing. Saying that you expect Final Fantasy to be the exact same thing as the original game when the original game has nothing to do with any of the other games is dumb. They all share common themologies and some game design, but they're not meant to be like continuous experiences. You're supposed to be able to pick up Final Fantasy 1 and then play 15 and then play 14 and then you can go back to 3 and then 6 and then 7 and then you can play whatever other Final Fantasy you want. They're all independent experiences. Like Final Fantasy Tactics has nothing to do with Final Fantasy 3, for example. They have no like commonalities with gameplay, but they're still part of Final Fantasy. But they're independent experiences.
If it was any good, but I don't think anyone hates Square for making Strangers of Paradise, whereas people are mad at Square for making, say, like FF15 or 16. The second thing I'll say is look at Souls. Look at Demon Souls, and then look at Elden Ring.
My God.
Demon Souls is 2009. Elden Ring is 2022. But you can tell that they are of the same series, all right? And you can see the evolution of Demon Souls, Dark Souls 1, 2, we don't talk about 2, Bloodborne, 3, all the way up to Elden Ring. There's a very clear progression. There's always different things you can do, but like Metal Gear Solid, these always feel like the same kind of game. If Souls is like Final Fantasy, then Elden Ring would have been a turn-based game, and the fan base would have said, oh, that was the natural evolution of this. People crap on Blizzard. Overwatch is a massive tonal shift from this very sort of grim darkness you saw in, say, like Diablo 2 or Warcraft. But here's the thing. If Blizzard was like Square, they would have made Overwatch, and they would have called it Warcraft 4. That's the difference. And that is why a lot of OG fans have a real issue with modern Final Fantasy, is because that's basically what we get. You know, it's very disingenuous. The defenses for modern Final Fantasy fall apart the second you apply them to literally any other game series. Resident Evil is still a survival horror game with zombies, with guns. Is that rehashing the past? What about, if GTA 6 comes out, and it's basically...
Okay, well, why does Resident Evil not have tank controls, dude? Why don't we have tank controls anymore? I want my tank controls. No gameplay evolution ever, guys. I want tank controls. I want fixed camera angles. That completely ruins the game. So, yeah, this is cope, bro. And also, Resident Evil is a continuous franchise. All of the Resident Evil games are connected. They're not an anthology series.
Quite clearly an evolution of, like, you know, GTA 3, 4, 5. Is that rehashing the past? What if GTA 6 came out and it was turn-based? Does it need to do that in order to stay fresh? You know what I mean? See, these arguments are unbelievably stupid and they fall apart the second that you apply them to anything else. The argument about Final Fantasy has always been about change. This is bullshit. FF1 to 10 are all turn-based, all right? 7, it uses...
No, they are not. Dude, no, they're not.
Like Materia, 10, you got the Sphere Grid, 8, you got Junction. 4, 6, and 9, you have, like, very specific abilities locked to these characters. Whereas saying, like, 7, they're larger and more customizable, and it's the limit breaks that kind of define them. But 7 characters...
Dude, they are not turn-based.
Don't play like 6 characters or 9 characters, if that makes any sense. And that's kind of what people have always wanted. Now, if you look at, say, FF12, that is not a clear evolution after 10, you know? There was always a sense that each one was trying to be an upgrade of the previous entry. 12 looks like it's a completely different game. So does 15. So does 16. The whole Final Fantasy has always been about change argument. That is a bullshit argument that was invented by modern fans.
Yeah, Final Fantasy X is turn-based. Final Fantasy 1 is turn-based. 2 and 3 are also turn-based. But from that point on, debatable.
Cope with a harsh...
As soon as the ATB gauge was introduced, it is no longer turn-based. Turn-based combat is fucking Pokemon, where the enemy doesn't attack any more than you do. You take a turn, they take a turn. You take a turn, they take a turn. That's turn-based combat.
Reality of what FF became after Sakaguchi. Don't act like 12, 15, 16's combat and natural evolutions of the genre. They're not. The devs wanted to make more money. That's it. They wanted to appeal to a different fan base. They threw the OGs under the bus to try and get a different audience, and it never really succeeded. And it didn't deserve to succeed, because that's pretty disrespectful. You're very sure that some of these games...
You still take a turn with ATB? No, you don't. The enemy will keep attacking whether you attack or not, bro. The ATB is basically an MMO cooldown. It's like playing World of Warcraft and you have to wait for an ability to activate again. But you have to activate it yourself. So, no, it's not turn-based. It's like basically pseudo MMO combat.
And sell or be criticized harsh if they didn't have the Final Fantasy name attached to them. That's true. I mean, the only reason they really sell at all is because of the Final Fantasy name. Because that legacy still means something, even though it's in...
if you want to say it's cooldown-based combat, then that's fine. It's not turn-based. Having combat cooldowns is not the same thing as turn-based.
Worst shape it's ever been. You know what I mean? The problem is it can sell a lot at first, and then it quickly becomes irrelevant. Because none of them stand the test of time. You know, they have no staying power, unlike the Golden Age ones. Where were we? The whole remake thing. Let's see. If Square wanted to pull a different fan base, they could have made something else for them and continue with FF being FF. The problem is, they know that nothing else is going to sell like the Final Fantasy name. But what the last thing they seem to want to do with modern Final Fantasy is make it for the OG fans, or make it with the same design philosophy as when it was in its golden age. You don't get it. The original formula, why would they pretend it's not good anymore? Well, this is a good example of how E33 made it impossible to use the same modern FF arguments anymore. They don't work anymore. You know, the reason you could get away with saying stupid shit like this in the past is because there was nothing to compare FF to. Like, what was the realistic 3D turn-based JRPG that was a rival to FF? Nothing. And then E33 came, and basically all these arguments just don't work anymore. Because if you're arguing against them before Clair Obscur, it was
either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out. Either
Expedition 33 and Soul Glaze. That's what I'm saying, bro. This is way too Goyim maxed for me. This content is way too Goyim maxed. I just can't, bro. Next, we're going to hear about how well done the Odyssey was. Ugh, man. EB7 with the 2 remake doesn't just mean 1-to-1 of OG Cope purists. Yeah, exactly. And the ironic thing is over time, the remake's probably going to outsell the original. But, oh well. And SNK Nostalgia with the 5 gifted memberships. Really appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. I definitely need some positivity right now watching this shit.
Always a hypothetical. It was like, well, if this existed and if it did that, it could work. But E33 came along and it's like, let's just show you how it works. And bam, it destroyed Modern FF. Yeah, the whole rehash of the past point. So did Modern FF fans look at Monoko from E33 and be like, oh, that's just a blue mage, rubbish? It's like, no, that's the first blue mage we've seen in any major game since Kimari and FF10, you know? FF14's one, that's a bit of a meme, that's an MMO one. But like, in a turn-based JRPG, I haven't seen a character who is like a pure enemy skill build. I have not seen a character who literally transforms into different enemies and does their attacks. Is Monoko bad? Because he basically remixes the best parts from Quina, Quistis, Strago, Realm, Yumaru, and Kimari, and then repackages them into like something new, greatly added to and enhanced by modern stuff. It's just bullshit, so this is gonna be a good video. Can anyone imagine FF games past 10 bring in new fans? You've never seen anyone say, I played FF15 and got me hooked on FF. Well, no, but we'll get there.
There's a ton of people I know. I know several people who actually played Final Fantasy 15 for the first time and got hooked on Final Fantasy. So 3 of my friends from high school and 2 of the people who lived in my hall in college. So I do have anecdotal evidence.
Nostalgic for a simpler time in my life, and I'm projecting that onto this franchise.
Again, this is another argument that doesn't work anymore because of Clair Obscur, Expedition 33.
Dude, one of my friends who was like the strictest ball and gun gamers ever got hooked on Final Fantasy because of 15. So, that's cope, bro. There's a ton of people who did. I played Final Fantasy 15 first. You know, but if he says it, it must be true, man.
There's a reason you'll see a lot of people say that they thought they were over games in general.
Dude, I love Final Fantasy 15 is what really got me back into Final Fantasy. It wasn't my first one, but it's what really reignited my love of the franchise, for sure. That game really just, I don't know, something clicked about it, dude. It was one of the most immersive games I've ever played in quite some time.
And then they played Clair Obscur and realized, like, no, wait, no, it's just...
Yeah, 7 was the first game I ever played. 7 and 8. So I played those 2 with my dad as a kid on his PS1.
A lot of modern games are slop, and modern Final Fantasy has been immensely disappointing ever since 10. It's simply true, you know, the numbers don't lie. Nostalgic for a simpler time in the past, and I'm projecting out of these games. That's a lot of straw manning, Space Monkey. You're not wrong, but I mean, like, that's basically the main argument tactic of modern Final Fantasy fans. You know, they can't argue honestly. Where's the comedy in this video? Well, that's what I say.
Wait, what was it?
You're not wrong, but I mean, you know, the numbers don't lie. Nostalgic for a simpler time in the past, and I'm projecting out of these games. That's a lot of straw manning, Space Monkey.
A lot of straw manning. What?
You're not wrong, but I mean, like, that's basically the main argument tactic of modern Final Fantasy fans. You know, they can't argue honestly. Where's the comedy in this video? Well, that's what I say. That's what I think is sad about this video, is I think it's actually a really funny idea, but I think it would be a lot better if it was done honestly. What this video will do is it'll be popular with the people who already don't like me and who already don't like OGFF fans, but it's not going to convert anyone. You know what I mean? It's basically preaching to the choir, whereas I think the best content is the content that converts anyone. No OG fan watches this and it's like, oh god, I'll change my ways. And none of them say that. They see it for the straw manning it is. So yeah. All right, let's see the next argument.
No, I want you to remake the game. Just remake it identically to how it was before. Nothing new, please.
When Peter Jackson made Lord of the Rings into a set of movies in the early 2000s, that book was from the 1950s. Now, why do we love this? Because basically he translated that as faithfully as...
Whoa, no! Don't do it, bro! Is he... No, don't do it! Don't do it, dude! Is he's really gonna make the point that fucking The Lord of the Rings is a faithful recreation of the... No, don't do it, bro. You don't want this. You don't want it.
possible into the medium of cinema with all the trimmings and all the amazing things that cinema had to offer. You know what he didn't do? He didn't actually make it Lord of the Rings 2 multiverse sequel, you know, dishonestly titled, dishonestly marketed, and then wonder why everyone was pissed off at that. He didn't have Aragorn moonwalk in and then go, what can I do for you? All right, he didn't do this bullshit. At no point did Gimli or Legolas break out into a 3-minute dance scene. I could go on and on about this. That is the most dishonest way to phrase that argument as possible. But you know what? Let's bring it back to the world of video games. All right. In the video game world, it's basically
The Lord of the Rings changed a ton from the books. And, you know, Lord of the Rings autists will get very angry if you say that those movies are faithful.
Ways to remake a game.
They'll say that they are, you know, well-intentioned or they capture the spirit of the... But they are not. They are not faithful adaptations.
Is the Resident Evil 1 model, which is you make that same type of game as if it was made today. So, you know, you keep the fixed angles and all that. And
like, prime example, dude, what is the one thing that's, like, synonymous with Lord of the Rings? The Sauron eye. Everyone who sees that, that's like, oh, yep, that's Lord of the Rings. Not in the books. Not even once. Not even mentioned. It's literally a misinterpretation of the line, like the eye of Sauron is or sees all, or I forget what it is exactly. But it had literally nothing to do with a big red, you know, fire eye at the top of a tower. So that was pure just injection from the film. But, yeah. One of the most synonymous things with the movies is not even in the books. Yeah, the lighthouse. Let's see, SNK nostalgia with the 2 Rings of Power is horrendous. I agree. But, you know, what do you expect nowadays? It's modern television, unfortunately.
the other is the Resident Evil 2 model, which is take the idea of that game as if it was made today. So Resident Evil 2 is originally like a fixed angle game, but now you can move the camera around because we can do that in modern games. Also, I think they, in the original RE2, you get to...
Yeah, and guess what? This is where the so-called purist argument falls apart. Guess what they couldn't do in the original Final Fantasy VII that they originally wanted to do? Have real-time combat. See where this argument goes? See where this argument goes? A game developer, limited by the technical limitations of the time, was unable to implement something in the original version of the game, and through a remake, decided to expand upon their original ideation now that the technology is available. It's wonderful when Resident Evil does it, but awful when Final Fantasy does.
Play the game twice.
Just saying.
As Leon and as Claire get the full story. They changed that for Resident Evil 2. You need to play it once from start to finish, which I actually think that's a good idea because it's a very hard sell to tell someone they have to play a game twice. The only game I can think of that pulls it off and gets away with it is Nier Automata. And even then, I still know one person who played it once as 2B, and he thought that's the whole game. He's like, oh, that was good, it was just really short. I'm like, you only played a quarter of the game, you silly sausage. You gotta finish it with 9S, and then, well, I don't want to spoil anything. So, yeah, what Square did was, it can't even be called a remake. It's like a remake-quel, a remake that turns into a sequel, or a sneakquel, you know? It's a sequel disguised as a remake. What Square invented is the bad remake model. There's a reason that no other game company is copying the 7 remake model. There's a reason that no other game company ever will remake a game the way that they remade 7. There's a reason that as soon as people found out what this was, sales for remake plummeted and were basically abysmal for Rebirth. Let me give you some numbers. Resident Evil 2, the original, sold about 5 million copies. Resident Evil 2 Remake sold 15 million copies. Okay. FF7 original sold 15 million copies. What RE2 Remake sold? FF7 Remake Part 1 sold, I think, 7 million. Here's partly why. Even before the whole multiverse sequel thing was found out, a lot of people...
Okay. How long has Final Fantasy VII been out? Just... You know, 30 years? I wonder why a game that's been continuously sold ever since release through a variety of different ports and re-releases and special editions, even on fucking cell phones, has amassed such a large sales quantity. So, I don't know.
Were already turned off by the fact that it was going to be in 3 parts. All right, and part 1 is going to be 40 hours in Midgard. There was no reason for this. Even if you did this faithfully, this wasn't going to work. It was a stupid idea, and it deserved to fail. I would say splitting into 3 parts hurt the initial game's sales, and then more people didn't buy it once they found out that it was actually like some fanfiction sequel. Rebirth, on the other hand, we don't know how much it sold, but I don't think it's cracked 5 million. Why? Because Square announces when their games hit 5 million. They announced that for the Pixel remasters, they announced that for the Octopath series, but they have not announced that for Rebirth, and they have not announced that for FF16. I don't know what the numbers are, but the only official numbers we have to work with are 1.6 million sold on Steam. Many people who originally also bought it on PS5. A lot of those people are actually the same people. And 2 million on launch on PS5, followed by a 91% drop-off. Not good. Now, I'm sure it sold more on PS5 since, but I think it's less than 5 mil because they announced when they hit 5 mil, and they haven't. Pixel Remaster sold super well, which is proof of what we want. Yeah. Actually, sorry, it's really bad that the Pixel Remasters and Octopath series have both sold 6 million each, and Rebirth and FF16, the best we know is roughly 3.5 million. That's terrible. Like, imagine if GTA released GTA 1, 2, 3 Remastered and it outsold GTA 5. That's a really bad sign if that happened. That's shocking. That's terrible. Part 3 is going to sell even worse. It just will, because Rebirth turned off a lot of people. Yeah, well, the thing is, I'm personally not closed-minded to change as long as the changes are
Yeah, okay, bro.
better, or at least as good. Don't make it worse, though. They made it worse. You can't defend the Cat Sith box throwing. You can't tell me the Ares scene was done better. You can't tell me Dine was done better. You can't tell me Red 13 was done better.
Oh, don't say that. You're only making this harder.
You can't tell me the Pillar Collapse scene was done better. You can't tell me, like, a lot of that President Shin was death was not done better.
Pull me up. I'll give you all the money you want. I have killed plenty of it.
You can change it as long as you make it better. And I'm really struggling to think of anything that it did that with. It's a tough one. What I like about stubborn
The combat, I would say overall, the world building for sure, but you know, whatever. Whatever. It's much more fun to play. 7 does not really hold up super well from a gameplay perspective, but to each their own.
GFF fans is that the reason that they're still the reason was,
you know, it is what it is.
Still like this 20 years later is because they refuse to be lied to. All right, they refuse to be gaslit.
Too many minigames. I think too many mandatory minigames is valid, but I don't really have an issue with minigames.
By the Square Shield Defense Force, and they refuse to settle for low to mid quality storytelling or the confused mess of a direction that his gameplay has taken. You know what I mean? And you know what? I'm proud of them. If you're an OG fan and you're like this sleep paralysis demon, you all right. Basically, what modern
Yeah, I think Remake has too much bloat. I don't really get the same impression with Rebirth personally. So, Rebirth, you can ignore 90% of the bloat. You don't really have to do it. The only part you have to do, which again is one of the portions I don't like, is the Costa del Sol portion. So, you know, I think there's actual genuine critiques you can make about Rebirth and Remake for sure. I don't think they're perfect games, but to act like they're these great affronts is just kind of wild to me.
FF fans are saying is why won't you just believe the lies? Why won't you just get gaslit? All right. To this guy's credit, he is saying that 7 Remake Rebirth is different, and many of their fans can't even admit to that. Many FF7 Rebirth Remake fans say that it was 95% the same. Lie.
Story-wise, it is 95% the same. Like, that's the thing. You know, in the overarching plot progression of Remake and Rebirth, very little has changed. Like, the story of Final Fantasy VII is progressing pretty much the exact same. There has been very little variation in the overarching plot. And that is true, which is what people are talking about when they say that. They're not talking about, you know, the game design or the mini games or the dialogue or any of that type of shit. They're talking about the overarching plot, which it is pretty much the same.
Which is the vibe of the original. That's a lie. The most basic shot-by-shot disproves that. So at least this guy's admitting that they're different. If this guy was an Urukai, or like an Orc Chieftain of modern fans, I've argued with Balrogs, all right? I've argued with the Nameless Things, okay? I've argued with the embodiment of dishonesty. I've argued with people who say that FF7 Remake's combat is turn-based, all right? It's just, what am I supposed to do with that?
It's, dude, I hate to say it, but it's just as turn-based as 7. So, which 7's is not turn-based. It's ATB gauge. That's the main fucking function of the combat, is ATB-based combat. The only difference is you're not sitting there in a menu waiting. Instead, you have, like, real-time combat in between.
Do you wish you knew what brand of copium they were huffing? You want some? Do you want to play Slop and think it's Game of the Year? No, I mean, look, it's like when you watch the guy who's crying to the trailer of the new Star Wars movie. You know, everyone points and laughs, but deep down, we all wish that we could be that enthusiastic. That stuff that we could love. Check out the man. His name is Drake Cummings. As I say, I think this is a funny video idea. I think the first point is true, that Final Fantasy hasn't been great since 10. I think we can all agree on that. I think this would have been better if he didn't strawman the arguments at the end of the day, but if you want to score brownie points with the people who already agree with you, this is the way to do it. If you want to convert anyone, this is not the way to do it. But it's all right. As Barrett says, you were right. In defense of the modern FF fans who are frustrated and annoyed at the OG fans incessant complaining, is that many of us in the OG side are probably not the best at explaining ourselves. You know, like, Final Fantasy as a whole is a very deep and complicated subject, and during its dark ages, one game might be bad, but the other game is not bad for the same reasons. It's a very complicated subject, and maybe there's many OG fans who are not great at expressing themselves in a way that's simple and easy to understand, and maybe that's where modern fans...
I don't really think you could make Advent Children into a game, but if they did, like, a DLC for it, I think that'd be pretty cool. My hope, and, you know, I think this would be kind of sick, is like the final battle of Final Fantasy VII, right? For the remake series. This is my headcanon of what I want to happen. Is, you know how like at the end of the Sephiroth boss fight, Cloud fights Sephiroth and like inside of his own head, basically? I think it'd be fucking sick if there was like basically a jump cut kind of boss fight where you fight Sephiroth in every single instance that Cloud ever encountered him to completely wipe him from all potential timelines. I think that shit would be pretty fucking cool. So you could implement it in a way where it's like Cloud fights him in the reactor. You know, Cloud fights him in the scene from Advent Children. Cloud fights him, you know, just throughout the entirety of Final Fantasy VII's plotline. And I think that would be kind of a cool way to implement it. They could do like a callback to like Advent Children without actually adapting it. So I think that would actually be kind of neat, because I think where the story's going, personally, is they're going to put Sephiroth in the empty white materia. And we will see if I'm proven correct or not, but I think that's where this is going. Because they have stressed so many times that the white materia is like a store of memories. And what does Sephiroth say? I will never be a memory. Well, what's the ultimate way to rid the world of Sephiroth? To seal every memory of him in the fucking white materia, and then he's gone. Completely. So, I don't know. That's kind of my headcanon of what's going to happen. It may or may not be the case, but where all the story plot lines are kind of pointing and all the callbacks, like, that to me is where I think we're headed.
Get frustrated by them, so I'll throw them a bone. I can understand why modern fans get annoyed at OG fans, but we're not wrong.
Dude, I would work on the game for free, honestly.
And I was worried how the streams turn a 10-minute video into
like, if Square Enix called me up and was like, hey, come work on this, I'd be like, deal. That shit would be awesome, bro. That would be awesome. I would happily consult on that for free.
Minute. I turned a 30-second one to 30 minutes. I want to congratulate the editor in the YouTube comments. My editors are fantastic. They're brilliant. The thing is, a lot of the Instagram comments agree with the demon because Instagram is where more normal people live. Whereas on TikTok, that's where everyone is like, hey, that's Sebby Webbs. I hate that guy. If the only place where people agree with you is TikTok, you're wrong. It doesn't matter what we're talking about, but you're wrong. Maybe Twitter as well? No, actually, no. TikTok. People will say they hate Twitter, but they'll still use it. Whereas most people won't even have TikTok on their phones. It's a real no-go zone of the internet. So yeah. Oh, and Reddit. Yes. If the only place where people...
TikTok is a no-go zone on the internet. What? Bro, TikTok is literally the most used social media platform across all age groups, demographics, and countries worldwide. What? Yeah, if you want to say that about Reddit or Blue Sky or maybe Twitter, I could see that, but TikTok is like the most normie fucking social media platform ever.
Agree with you as TikTok or Reddit, you're wrong. I think many modern Final Fantasy fans are actually Kingdom Hearts fans, and they want FF to be more like Kingdom Hearts. It's like a wolf in sheep's clothing, except it's more like, it's like Mickey Mouse dressed as Squall, you know what I mean? Oh, I want the new games to be action. Final Fantasy's always been about change. Oh, it needs to be silly and cringe. Like that's what they're saying, all right? And once you see that, you can't unsee it. And it's like, no, you're not an FF fan, you're a Kingdom Hearts fan. Now piss off and go play with Goofy. Oh, I'm sure the KH fandom is gonna love what I just said.
That's right, Chaka Shaka. Piss off and go play with Goofy, bro.
But don't worry, I think we'll be all right. In a way, I kind of feel for Kingdom Hearts fans.
Oh, look! Another example of him imposing himself on a female body. You know, I think we're discovering something here.
And because they know that Kingdom Hearts 4 is
not on fucking Sora, on a female.
Probably never going to come out, so they just want FF to play like Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah.
So they have something to pass the time with in between while they wait forever. I don't know. Is that the theory? Does that make sense? Does that make sense? But that's something I noticed. The people who come and hate me the most with my takes when it comes to modern FF or FF7 Remake, they...
One time's a coincidence, two is a trend.
Often have Kingdom Hearts profile pics. There are even YouTubers who have like openly insulted me, and I can't help myself. You know, I look at their channels like, oh, it's nothing but Kingdom Hearts videos on here. So I think that theory holds some water. I think it's right. The whole reason you bought FF15 is because you like Kingdom Hearts. You disgust me. But I'm happy for you. You live in a good time.
I hate Kingdom Hearts with a fucking passion, but mainly because of the Disney shit. But also, I'm not really a fan of, oh, come on, guys, we can do it with the power of friendship.
And if you want FF to be like Kingdom Hearts, you live in a good timeline. People wonder why modern Final Fantasy fans so aggressively defend all these poor decisions that are not working for modern FF, but I think I've finally figured out why. Because
every time I see an obese person, I think it's Griffin. Nice.
They have gaslit a billion-dollar company into making games specifically and only for them. That's actually insane, but that's what's happening. Whether Square likes that or whether they ever catch on, I don't know. But the poor sales of Rebirth and FF16 show that these people are not the majority that they want you to think that they are. Yeah, and it's not looking good. I mean, look at the sales of Modern Final Fantasy compared to, say, other games that actually respect their OG audiences and their foundational gameplay. The Witcher 3, 60 million copies sold.
Foundational gameplay? Wait. The Witcher 3 respects its foundation. No. The Witcher 3 respects its foundational gameplay. Oy vey.
Baldur's Gate 3, 20 million.
Come on. Like, this is what I mean. Do these guys, like, even know what the fuck they're talking about? Baldur's Gate 3.
Copies sold. Elden Ring, 30 million copies sold.
I can get into a whole fucking rant about how Elden Ring is nothing like the foundational gameplay of Souls, but we've done that before.
GTA 5, 220 million copies sold. You know, GTA 5, notice how that never became turn-based or turned into an RTS? It just kind
Dude, why didn't NBA 2K become a fucking turn-based RPG, guys? Oh my god, bro.
kind of kept evolving along the same formula. FF16, can't even crack 5 mil. 7 Rebirth, can't even crack 5 mil. This is atrocious. This is really bad, you know. It's like FF16 and Rebirth are the blockbuster of JRPGs. They should not be getting outsold by the Pixel remasters, by the Octopath series. They should not be getting outsold by them. This is cataclysmically bad. But a section of the modern FF fandom will do everything they can to keep Final Fantasy in the squalor that it's in, the pits of despair, because Square, as I say, they've tricked and gaslit Square.
Oh, man.
Into making games only for them.
Yeah, it's like a list of the most Reddit-approved games, exactly.
They're happy about this. Do they even know that this is what's happened? I don't know. But if they ever catch on, well, as Slipknot said, we'll just have to wait and bleed. All right, am I a boomer? You're damn straight.
Ugh, dude, it's like the worst aspects of every normgroid content creator jumbled up into one. I really can't stand the style of content, bro. Again, my Goyim stats not maxed out high enough. Let's see. SNK Nostalgia with the 2-play Final Fantasy VII. Do you want me to play the original one, or do you want me to play the Advent Children one? I can play the original one, that's fine. Let's see. There it is. That's not from the game. Let me get the one from the game. Where are you? OG. There we go. I just want to point this out, too. So during an interview, Hamaguchi talked about how things have been going for Final Fantasy VII Remake Trilogy after reveal of Revelation. While we do not get specific stats on sale figures, Hamaguchi made it clear that pulling back the curtain on Revelation gave both Remake and Rebirth a serious boost. Uh-oh. They're doing extremely well, even before Summer Games Fest. Both Remake and Rebirth have been selling steadily. Brutal, man. For the first time ever. I think Square came out and said, that's what I was trying to find, that the sales were, you know, better than expectations. Which is a shock. If you know anything about Square Enix. Let's see. I was gonna pull up something real quick too. Don't have my email tab open still. While we're just sitting here listening to music, I figured I'd pull some stuff up. Is this what I wanted? Nah, I don't know. I should pull that up. That one might not be good for the stream. I don't think Schizo's here anymore. Shit. Did I not? Dude, I could have swore I sent myself like 3 things today. Did these just not send? He finally took his pills. That's good, man. SNK Nostalgia, the 2 Japan is taking away games from the West.
God!
I agree, man. I wanted to pull this up for him, dude. Because I'm glad it's not just me, man. I'm not the only one that's noticed this. What the fuck is Clanad even about? She looks like a cockroach, which I agree, man. I absolutely agree. $115K likes is brutal, dude. Clanad cells? That's right. What is your answer? Clannad is one of the biggest drama animes out there. Yeah, I know what Clannad is. I just don't really like it. Let's see. Hold on. I played Final Fantasy 15 first as well, and now I've gone to play... Yeah, exactly, dude. I know... Again, I have 5 people I know for a fact got into Final Fantasy because of 15. Like, objective fact. So, if anything, that's what got me back into it, too, because I hadn't played Final Fantasy since 13, which, yeah, duh. But, you know, the MMO I didn't really care too much about, and, you know, 15 is what reinvigorated my passion. Because, 13 was fine, but I wasn't the biggest fan of it. So, I was kind of, like, lukewarm on it overall. But 15 is really what got my appreciation for the franchise, like, I guess, renewed. Because, you know, I played Final Fantasy 7 and 8. I never played 9. I played 10. And then 12 I never played. And, yeah, then 13 I played the 3 of those. 14 I didn't really play because MMOs. And then 15 is, like, what got me really back into it. SNK Nostalgia with the 2. Have you played a Final Fantasy Tactics yet? No, I have not. That's, again, one of those games I have on my list of stuff to play at some
People are
point.
probably going to get mad and call this video propaganda.
But, you know, it's just too many games, not enough time.
But in my defense, it's not my fault. The only thing you have to do to make anti-communist propaganda is to open a history book.
Yeah, I have it on a Switch, so I haven't the intention to play it. I just haven't gotten around to it.
And start reading it out loud. Today we're talking about the Berlin Wall. It is one of the greatest examples of capitalism versus communism, East versus West, Hungary versus Fed that the world has ever seen. But first, a word from our sponsor. This video is brought to you by Operation Good Boy. It's a monthly subscription. We've got a little right, coming a cargo plane into West Berlin every 2 minutes, all day, every day for 15 months straight, feeding and supplying an entire city with 4.6 billion pounds of supplies. If you want to watch that full video, I'll have that linked right here. If not, that's fine. Here's the bare minimum background info that you need. Right after World War II, Germany was basically split into 2 pieces. You had the Western powers, America, the UK, and France controlling the western half of Germany, and you had the USSR controlling the eastern half. And here's where that gets weird. They did the same exact thing with the city of Berlin, where the West controlled the western half and the USSR controlled the eastern half, except Berlin was 100 miles into the USSR territory. And this is why the USSR blockaded off West Berlin and tried to force them.
You would have time if you didn't spend 6 hours on But see, that's different. That's different, bro. That's more of a chat reading than actual gaming. That's the difference. Those type of games I specifically play because I don't have to dedicate much attention to them at all. I can kind of play them on autopilot. So, that's a very different thing, and also, it's nice to, you know, just have some chill gaming every once in a while.
To join because they didn't want a little speck of capitalism in their communist utopia. But the West isn't about to back down from a challenge, so America and the UK team up, Wonder Twin powers activate, they launch the Berlin airlift, they feed an entire city using nothing but cargo planes, and after 15 months, the USSR is finally forced to end the blockade because they can't afford to try to stop them anymore. So, 1949, the roads and railways to West Berlin open back up, and everything goes back to working exactly how it was supposed to, and this is where the story really begins. From 1949 to 1951, we had what was known as a green border between East and West Germany. Basically, there was a border.
Yes, if you like Final Fantasy 15, I guarantee you will want to play more Final Fantasy games after that. Like, if Final Fantasy 15 clicks for you, bro, like, you will get a very, I don't want to say peculiar itch, because it makes it sound weird, but whatever. You will get the itch that cannot be scratched by any other franchise. I'll just tell you that. Like, there is something about the way those motherfuckers working at Square Enix, you know, write and tell a story that, you know, only Final Fantasy can do. And if it clicks, you will love it forever, essentially. I would say Final Fantasy 15, if you've never played Final Fantasy before, is like, it's the perfect normie bait, where it's like not so weirdly designed that someone unfamiliar with the franchise would be like totally lost, but it definitely borrows a lot of themes. I don't know. It's a good entry point. But yeah, for 20 bucks, I don't think there's a better deal in gaming than Final Fantasy 15 with all the DLC. Like, that's a crazy good value.
They're two separate countries. However, it was very, very easy to go from one country to the other and back. It was no big deal at all, which was really important because you have to remember, they just drew an arbitrary line right through the middle of Germany and were like, hey, these are two separate countries now. It was really complicated for a lot of people. You had people that had family members that now live in a different country. You had people whose home was in one country and job was in the other. You had farmers and property owners that now owned property in a country that they didn't live in. It was very, very complicated. And while the border is essentially open, a ton of people from East Germany are taking advantage of it and migrating to West Germany because it's way, way better to live in West Germany where the evil capitalist pigs from America and
Final Fantasy 15 as well is genuinely one of the most beautiful games as well you'll ever play. Like, from a visual perspective, especially on PC, like, there's something truly beautiful about, like, the color palette and everything. Like, it's a super aesthetically pleasing game.
The UK have been funneling in billions of dollars worth of food, money, and resources helping to build West Germany back up as a country, as opposed to the USSR over in East Germany, who has done the exact opposite because they said, hey...
Is Square paying you to talk about Final Fantasy 15? Nope. But I love Final Fantasy 15. Like, I will shill for that game always, bro. You know, when it was popular to hate Final Fantasy 15, I still loved it. You know, the people who, you know, ardently defend Dark Souls 2 as, like, the best Dark Souls game. I guess that's kind of the same thing. You know, I will never slander my beloved Final Fantasy 15. Again, is it perfect? No game is, but I like it overall.
We want our war reparations, and we want them right now. The USSR takes over $10 billion worth of hard assets and natural resources out of the East German economy and ships it back home. That is a third of the working capital of the entire country. Quite literally just took a third of their economy.
Not to mention, it has probably the best soundtrack of any Final Fantasy game ever. I will just throw that out there. Like, at times, it absolutely bodies even Final Fantasy VII.
And got rid of it. And if that wasn't bad enough, they also liquidated almost every factory in East Germany. They took all of the machinery, all the parts, all the material that they had, and shipped it back home to the USSR. Not only have they stripped East Germany of all of their product, they've stripped them of their ability to produce. They can't even work themselves out of this difficult situation. Because of this, understandably so, people start leaving East Germany in droves. Now, by 1952, the USSR identifies this problem, understanding, oh shit, obviously our policies aren't very popular. We should probably do something about that. The only question is, what are we going to do about it? Do we A, come up with new policies that incentivize people to stay, making them want to be there and making them want to be a productive member of the society? No, absolutely not. We're going to go with option B, old reliable, good old-fashioned human rights violations. Okay, so here's the plan. We're going to shut down the border between East and West Germany. We're going to build a wall or a fence. And I know what you're thinking. Walls don't work. Well, if the wall doesn't work, you know what is going to work? The landmines that we put on the other side of it. And if that doesn't work, we're going to get guard dogs. And if the guard dogs don't work, we're going to put up a bunch of guard towers, and we're going to have over 20,000 men with guns watching the border 24/7 all the time, and they have the authority to shoot anyone trying to escape on sight. Now, obviously, there's one glaring hole in this plan. What if somebody is able...
Alex with the 50. Can you hype me up and tell me why I should give Final Fantasy 15 a chance, or a second chance, and finish the game? I only ever reached the second region. So by second region, I'm assuming you mean like that coat.
All right, awesome.
Why can I not
Thanks,
think of the
nigga.
name?
All right.
Not Altissia. What is that place called with the bar? With the second best hotel in the game. What is that area called? I can't remember the name. I guess, what part of the story did you get to? That'll give me a perfect idea of where you were. Do you remember? Because by second second region, yeah, Golden Key, that was it. No, not Golden Saucer. After you defeat the Titan and go by boat. Okay, so you're in Altissia. So you made it pretty far in. I mean, you're like literally right at the point of the game when the story starts ramping up pretty heavily. So you got to the part with like Venice, basically. It looked like Venice. Yeah, you're like right at the part of the game when the story really starts ramping up. Basically, you got to this part, right? No. Oh, yeah, dude, you gotta keep playing, then. You haven't been... Yeah, you need to keep playing. Like, once you get to Altissia is when the story, like, goes hard as fuck. So, yeah. The first part, like, up through Titan is kind of slow, but... Yeah, you gotta stick with it. You, like, quit right before it gets good. And also, how long ago did you play it? Did you play it at launch, or... Because if you played it at launch, they've improved it a lot. Oh, you're still on the main... Never... Yeah, you have a long way to go, then. You basically quit right before it gets good, man. So you basically just quit right after the Titan. Okay, yeah. I would say rough it out more. So. Played it like 5 years ago or something. Okay, yeah. So you got the updates, but yeah, I would strongly advise to just kind of rough it out. Like, the first part of the game is kind of a drag, but it's kind of every Final Fantasy game. It's like one of those issues with JRPGs where you have to, like, commit the time for it to get better. But once you do the Titan and, yeah, you start getting more and more of a, I would say, consistent flow of the story, and things start getting a lot more interesting. Griffin having a no, bro. I'm telling you, gets better 15. Well, that's every JRPG. Every JRPG gets better 15 hours in. So that's a fair, you know, talking point. That's a fair talking point. At least good JRPGs do. Well, if anything, I thought Claire Obscure got worse the longer you played. I thought it got worse the longer you played because it became way more reliant on the parry mechanic.
To get past the wall, navigate through a minefield, evade the dogs, and they get seen by the guard. But because the guard is an East German, and he probably doesn't want to be in East Germany either, what if the guard just doesn't shoot him and lets him go over to West Germany? Well, that's where the giant sand pit comes in. We're going to line the entire border between East and West Germany with a 30-foot wide pad of sand. And that way, we'll be able to see any footprints when somebody runs out of East Germany into the West. And then, we're going to know that somebody escaped, and we're going to hold the guard on duty for...
Well, yeah, of course Death Stranding gets better 100 hours in, because you're done with the game and you can get rid of it.
That sector responsible, and then he's going to get in trouble. Having a very secure border isn't a human rights violation. Well, right, when you're using it to keep people out, but when you're using it to keep people in, it's absolutely a human rights violation according to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Let me just read that for you. Article 13, Section 2, quote, everyone has the right to leave any country, including his own, and return to his country, end quote. So yes, turning an entire country into a prison and refusing to let anyone leave while you oppress them is in fact a human rights violation. However, to be completely intellectually honest, I do have to tell you that the Soviet Union is one of only 3 nations that refused to sign the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and they refused to sign it specifically because of Article 13.
Yeah, human rights are a fiction. They're literal toilet paper, unless somebody can enforce it.
Section 2, which I just read to you. They basically said that they would only consider signing it if this was added to the end of Article 13. Quote, in accordance with the procedure laid down in each country, end quote. They were unanimously declined.
I should play the pocket? Dude, I would just replay Final Fantasy 15 on stream. Like, I would rather just replay the actual game.
Because that would ruin the entire point of Article 13, which would basically just mean that, yeah, you have a human right to leave a country unless that country tells you you can't. So what's the point of even having that as a human right? So the border is pretty much completely shut down. The only exceptions to that are the fact that you can apply for a visa to leave East Germany. However, it's very expensive. You get interrogated by the government, and the only people to actually get these visas awarded to them are people that are working on behalf of the Communist Party or somebody that is obscenely rich and is for sure coming back anyways, which seems like a weird hypocritical policy for a communist regime whose ultimate goal is to have a moneyless, classless society where everybody is treated equally. To have, but whatever. And then, of course, they have to allow travel from West Germany into West Berlin, and to do that, there's very, very strict routes anybody traveling from West Germany to West Berlin has to take, and they have to go straight from one, straight to the other, and they hit multiple checkpoints along the way. And this is extremely important because it opens up the Berlin loophole, because Berlin, the city that's 100 miles into communist territory, has that little speck of capitalism in it, and there's no border between West Berlin and East Berlin. So you can literally just walk from East Berlin right into West Berlin, and it's not an issue at all. So that becomes the only way to escape East Germany. People travel to East Berlin and then simply walk into West Berlin, and then they catch a car or a train or a bus from West Berlin to West Germany, and then they never go back. And between 1952 and 1961, somewhere between 2 and 4 million people do this. Bear in mind, East Germany only has a population of 17 million. That's over 20% of the population walks into West Berlin and never comes back. And of the people that did leave, they were disproportionately young, highly skilled, highly intelligent people like doctors, lawyers, skilled tradesmen, engineers. And because of this got the nickname the brain drain. So in 1961, the USSR is like, oh shit, this is a humongous problem. All the young, smart people are leaving. We got to do something about this. Should we, I don't know, incentivize highly successful young people to want to stay here? Nah. Break out old reliable, more human rights violations for everybody. So August 13th, 1961, in the middle of the night, a bunch of East German construction workers and cops show up with guns, and they put a fence all the way around West Berlin. Not to keep the West Berliners in, but to keep the East Berliners out. And East and West Berlin at this point in time were still very much intertwined. There were people that lived in the East and worked in the West and vice versa, and there were people that had family members on one side or the other side, and there were people that owned businesses and property. There were people that were seeing relatives and got separated from their families, and they weren't allowed to get back on the other side of the wall. There were literally thousands of people in Berlin that woke up one day and it was just like, congratulations, you just lost your job, you just lost your property, you lost your business, you're now separated from your family. Because of this, people started trying to break into West Berlin, or they were breaking out into East Berlin to get people and bring them back into West Berlin. At first, it was easy because it was just a fence and you could cut your way through it or you could scale it, but that fence rapidly turned into a 12-foot high concrete wall. And then when people started bringing ladders to scale over the top of it, they added a gigantic round metal top to it so there was nothing to grip and pull yourself over. And then they added barbed wire and guard towers and guards that were allowed to shoot you on sight and turned it into a full-on demarcation line around West Berlin. And that is when the escape attempts got incredibly creative. One of the more popular ones at the very beginning was that somebody from West Berlin would remove the gas tank from their car and they would just have a little 1-gallon jug for gas, just enough gas to drive into East Berlin, pick somebody up, and drive back to the West. And the person would be strapped up underneath the car where the gas tank was supposed to be. But then the communists figured that out, and then they had the guards at every checkpoint before a car could go into West Berlin. They would take a flexible metal wire and shove it down into where the gas tank should be to make sure it was in fact a gas tank. So then that—
Oh my god, dude, all the little groypers on Twitter are coping so fucking hard, man. They're all like,
yeah, getting 10% of the vote in the Republican primary is a great accomplishment. Good job, James Fishback. Congratulations.
it's like, oh yeah, sure, dude. That was your guy. He can't even win 10% of a Republican primary? Good fucking luck in a general election.
Plan was out. So one guy decided he was going to take his BMW Isetta, cut the roof off, and then he was just going to drive—
Like, bro, the people who vote in primaries are the most extreme people on the political, like, you know, I guess, spectrum. You know, hardcore leftists vote in primaries for the left, and hardcore right-wingers vote in Republican primaries. So, if he couldn't even get 10% of, like, hardcore, politically active, right-wing people, like, it's over, bro. Like, that's terrible. 10%?
Right underneath the checkpoint, going full speed, and he was going to duck, and that's how he was going to break into West Berlin, and that's exactly what he did. And because of this, the East Germans added spike strips and barricades to every checkpoint. Every time somebody escaped into West Berlin, the communists fixed however it was possible. They made it more and more difficult, and the escape attempts got more and more creative. Some of my personal favorites include shooting a steel cable over the wall from a high building and then ziplining to the other side, having somebody from West Berlin get a cow costume and tow a cattle trailer into East Berlin, and then have 2 of his friends dress up in the cow costume and stand in the cattle trailer as they made it through the checkpoint, stealing a tank and trying to drive it through the wall. And when you got away from the Berlin Wall itself and you actually went to the East and West German border, the escape attempts got even crazier. One group of brothers took a farmer's crop duster, painted it like a Soviet MiG plane, flew it from West Germany into East Germany, picked up their other brother, and flew him back. And my absolute personal favorite escape from communism was when 2 fathers got together and for a year and a half gathered fabric and propane and supplies so that they could build a fucking hot air balloon to escape to West Germany. Okay, I'm gonna say that again, but a little bit slower. 8 people, 2 families, 2 fathers, 2 mothers, and 4 children escaped communism using a hot air balloon. Do you understand the gravity of what I've just told you? Because as a husband and a dad, it speaks volumes to me that 2 men in my situation got together, looked around, and said, these living conditions are so horrific that the best bet for me and you and our wives and our kids is to secretly gather up a bunch of cotton fabric, aka flammable shit, sew it into a balloon, attach it to a wicker basket, more flammable shit, and then propel it with a fucking flamethrower as we try to get away as fast as the wind will take us while the guards are shooting at us. Okay, look, all I'm saying is I've never seen anybody that determined to escape capitalism. That's all I'm saying. But that's not real communism. Of course it's not, because it's never real communism whenever something goes bad. But whenever something goes bad under capitalism, it's 100% capitalism's fault, and we should get rid of it and do communism instead. Granted, communism every other time we've tried it's ended in genocide and murder and human rights violations, but hey, I'm feeling it this time, guys.
Why does he keep like, we get it, man. We get it. You don't like communism, human rights. Like, this is where right-wingers really start to lose, I guess, optically. Like, it just becomes preachy. It's like, we get it, dude. We get it. It's the same recycled talking points since the 1950s. It's accepted as fact at this point, unless you're retarded.
We're just like, we're this close to just one, maybe two more genocides, and we're going to have that communist utopia. We should keep trying. I can't. I need a beer. Jesus. Sorry, I got carried away. I apologize. Anyways, the wall around Berlin gets more and more impenetrable, and eventually the only way to actually escape into West Berlin is to dig a tunnel and crawl your way out, which a ton of people did. Now, obviously, this is a PR nightmare. The communists have to explain to everybody why on earth they blocked off West Berlin and they're not letting anybody through. And because of that, they decide to give the Berlin Wall their name, the anti-fascist rampart. Fascism, obviously referring to Nazis, which makes this, I believe, one of the first historical appearances of the unfortunately still prevalent line of thinking that
I wish
anybody that disagrees with me or how I live my life or my politics must be a Nazi. Yeah, that was the official stance of the Soviet Union, basically accusing every Western power of being a fascist regime and saying they built the wall to, quote, protect against fascist
Dude, I fucking wish.
elements conspiring to prevent the will of the people, despite the fact that the apparent will of the people was to leave their communist regime, but whatever. Just excuse me one more time. I'm so sorry. I just have to Google something real quick.
Yahweh, make it so, and my soul is yours.
Absolute authoritarianism without accountability. Check. Zero tolerance for criticism or questions, like getting arrested for political jokes, so I'm going to go with check. Lack of meaningful financial disclosure regarding the budget. Check. Unreasonable fears about the outside world that often involve evil conspiracies and persecutions. Check. Okay, sorry. Anyways, back to the video. Despite all the propaganda saying the Western world was literally just a bunch of Nazis, most people in East Germany didn't buy it, and a ton of them still tried to escape to the West. Over the duration of the Berlin Wall, over 100,000 people would be captured and imprisoned for either telling political jokes, criticizing the government, or attempting to escape. In just a couple years, by 1964, these political prisoners were starting
and anti-Semitism
to stack up really quickly, and the USSR had to do something about it because it was costing them money and the prisons were full and they had to get rid of all these people. So I mean, what's a communist regime to do? Well, that's easy. We've got all these prisoners that we don't want. They don't want to be here. Let's ransom them over to the West. And that's exactly what they do. They ransomed 33,000 political prisoners to the West, and the West paid on average 4,000 Deutschmarks per person. I say on average because it wasn't a static price. The USSR put different values on different people based on their skills and job set. For example, a general laborer might only bring 1,800 Deutschmarks, whereas a doctor could bring 15,000. Now, granted, I'm probably reading way too far into this, but I do find it a tiny bit hypocritical that the communist government, the same government that supposedly is striving to create a moneyless, classless society where everybody is equal, is also taking political prisoners, assigning different values on their life based on their ability to produce an economic output, almost like they're putting them into separate classes, implying that some people are worth more than others, and then they're turning around and trying to sell them to another government for money, which is allegedly something else they don't want, which is, you know, weird. It's almost like it's all a bunch of talking points and bullshit so they can have a bunch of control. I can do this all day. How long? What is it going to take to convince you that communism is bullshit? Tell me. I'll do it.
Guys, no. There's no... Hold on, dude. There's no way. Dan Bilzerian outperformed James Fishback 2-1 in his primary. Are you fucking shitting? That's brutal, dude. Nick Fedtez on fucking Suicide Watch, bro. Dan Bilzerian, who didn't even fucking campaign, got 20% of the vote in his primary. That's brutal, man. That's fucking brutal. Oh my god, dude. Groiper dub, guys. How can we twist this into a Groiper dub? Dude, that's... Oh my god.
I object! And why is that, Mr. Reed? Because it's devastating to my case! Overruled. Good call!
In addition to the 33,000 political prisoners that the USSR essentially auctioned off for money, they also agreed to release 215,000 East German citizens for the low price of 2.3 billion Deutschmarks. Between 1945 and 1989, over 600 Germans were killed, either trying to cross the border from East to West Germany or from East to West Berlin. And that is considered to be a very low, very conservative number because the USSR didn't want to release the actual numbers or admit that they'd killed anyone, because every single person they killed trying to escape communism was a huge political hit to them. Which raises the question, what happened in 1989? Well, that's the best part of the whole story. By 1989, the Soviet Union was going bankrupt, they were beginning to crumble, they were losing their sphere of influence, and more civil unrest started to occur. And by November of 1989, in East Germany, there were protests, people demanding that they had the freedom of speech, the freedom of expression, the ability to critique their government without getting arrested, and most importantly, the freedom of travel. The communist government knew that they had to give the people an inch before the people turned around and took a mile, and the 1 inch they were willing to give them was they were going to get rid of the travel ban and finally start granting people visas. They weren't going to charge them money, they weren't going to have some special circumstance to do it, and most importantly, they were actually going to approve people, and they were going to do it quickly. These new travel regulations were drafted on November 8th, they were going to be announced to the public on November 9th on live TV, and on November 10th they would go into effect, and people could show up to the passport office, apply, and ideally get accepted and have the freedom to travel west. And that's kind of what happened. November 8th, the new regulations get drafted. That's fine. November 9th, they hand the new regulations to a government spokesperson by the name of Gunter Schabowski, and he's going to read them on a government press conference on live TV. He didn't have time to read through all the papers. Nobody took the
This guy shops at Cabela's for fun. I've never been in a Cabela's.
time to explain it to him, so on live TV, he just kind of wings it. Well, do it live! He reads off what he
I think I'll just go browse. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Bass Pro Shop was kind of cool to go to. I assume Cabela's is pretty much the same thing, but I don't really do outdoorsy shit.
thinks is important, which is just here's the new rules that we're living by, and everybody's like pretty happy about it. And one journalist asks, when does this go into effect? And Gunter, not having time to have read through all the papers, kind of shuffles through them real quick, looking for an effective date, and which he doesn't see one. It's there, he just doesn't see it. So he just kind of shrugs and he's like, as far as I know, quote, immediately, without delay.
Das tritt nach meiner Kenntnis ist das sofort.
And with that, going out on live TV, East Germans got up and started going to the wall. Now, this announcement was at the ass end of a boring government press conference, so not a lot of people saw it, but then the news outlets started picking it up, and they started airing it, both in East and West Germany, and then even more people started showing up on both sides of the wall. And within just a few hours, tens of thousands of people had shown up to Checkpoint Charlie, one of the main checkpoints for the Berlin Wall, to go from east to west, and they demanded to be let go because they had just been told by their government on live TV that they had the freedom of travel, and the guards had no idea what was going on, and they were outnumbered tens of thousands to one. And eventually, the guards were forced to simply let people through, and then word spread that they actually let them through, and all of Berlin, both east and west, came out and had basically the biggest block party the world has ever seen, as a city that had been divided in half for 28 years was finally reunited. And then they celebrated this reunification by tearing down the wall that had separated them for so long. In conclusion, Germany after World War II is the closest thing to a controlled experiment that you can have, pitting capitalism against communism to see which one would triumph in real life. They took one country with one people, divided it down the middle, and gave each a set of rules to live by. And while capitalism is far from perfect and it has a ton of things that we can improve upon, I think the results of this experiment speak for themselves. Thank you for watching. Best way to support the channel is go buy some merch, thefatelectrician.com. Whack bang.
24-hour stream this week for what? What am I streaming 24 hours for? There's not a good reason for me to do that. Think of my mental health, dude. Griff, PSA is a scam, only if you're retarded. Are you retarded, PK? Got something you need to tell everyone? Are you chat's little retard? Think of the money, Griff? The money? I don't know, bro. 24 hours is a long time. I don't know if my little heart could take it. More Gooner shorts, dude. SNK Nostalgia with the two, capitalism or communist. Which one? If I get to be in charge, I'm going to be a commie. But if I have to live underneath, capitalism. See, if I get to rule with an iron fist, then I'm more than happy with accumulating all assets and resources into my pocket. But, yeah, obviously capitalism's the better of the two. Guys, look.
The chartering of Pokemon Bank coming up here in February is of particular interest to me as somebody who's becoming more entrenched in the world of trying to save physical media, or at least...
Oh, dude, I'm over it. They literally, this is their entire identity now, bro. The entire gaming sphere's like new identity is we gotta save physical media, guys. My digital storage for Pokemon games is literally gonna be the same as preserving physical media. What a false equivalency, bro.
The shuttering of Pokemon Bank coming up here in February is of particular interest to me as somebody who's becoming more entrenched in the world of trying to save physical media, or at least...
What about Pokemon Bank has anything to do with physical media? Pokemon Bank is basically a Google Drive for Pokemon. Nothing about it is physical. It is the definition of a live service product, but you know, hey. Whatever. It's all so tiresome. Should we see if we have a Dreamcast video to watch real quick? I'm sure it's the usual topics. Dumb new lie? What is it?
Hey there, gamers, Dreamcast guy here. Today we're talking about the PlayStation controversy because clearly a lot of the big Sony defenders, and it feels like Sony themselves, is cooking up a very big and
the Sony defenders, you mean you?
Honestly, a very stupid new lie. They're trying to claim that digital games are expensive because of physical games.
Well, Nintendo made their digital games cheaper, so...
digital future is great because once there aren't all these pesky discs, suddenly games are going to get a lot cheaper. Now, their logic behind this argument is that for every game they sell for $70, about $15 of cost just goes to that sell. Like the cost
it does
to printing this disc, making a box, shipping it to Walmart, some dude shelving it and selling it, this $70 game makes them $55 of profit. So the big argument that I keep seeing kicked around is, oh, if it gives them $55,
it's actually closer to $30 of every $70 video game goes to, you know, production costs, shipping costs, overhead costs. On top of that, then the store wants a share of the revenue. So it's about 30% that stores take.
Then digitally, they'll just charge you $55. Now, this is obviously a lie. It's a flat-out stupid lie. And today, I want to break it down. I want to take a look at the responses to this because a lot of people really are trying to perpetuate this rather insane concept that suddenly, just out of the good of their heart, companies will charge less, that they'll just choose.
I mean, Nintendo did, to be fair. You know, the Nintendo Switch, baby. The Nintendo Switch. They lowered all their game prices by $10 digitally, so... in theory, it could happen. Will it happen? Most likely not.
To screw you a bit softer. Let's get into it. Hi, hope you're having a great day. If you could please give this...
I just find it funny, bro. All these people who shat on Nintendo for so fucking long... like, now kind of have to eat their fucking words on a lot of it because Nintendo is quite literally postured as the most pro-consumer, like, console manufacturer at the moment. That's the ironic part. What company gives you a discount for buying digital over physical? Nintendo. Which console hasn't had a dramatic price increase? Nintendo. Which console actually releases a normal cadence of first-party exclusive content? Nintendo. So it is kind of ironic.
Video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. Now let's start with this new lawsuit that's really been cooking up here, especially in the last couple weeks. So currently there is a big lawsuit currently going on against what they're calling the Sony tax. If you actually compare the price of digital games versus physical games are dramatically cheaper.
Alright, I'm going to pull up my example. I was going to make a community post with this image and be like, this is what they took from you. Hold on, let me see if I have it still. I should somewhere. I think. Maybe I don't have it anymore. Anyway, it was a picture of Dragon's Crown, and it was basically a sale on PlayStation Network. If I can't find... yeah, I don't know. I might have deleted it. But anyway, it was a picture of Dragon's Crown for PS4. And the physical oh, here it is. Here it is. Here we go. This is what I wanted to pull up. But essentially, the digital version was 1/5 of the price of the physical copy. So, I wanted to post it and say this is what Sony is taking from you, and then put like ... Oh wait. But yeah, here, this is what I was gonna show. Dragon's Crown Pro is $399 on US PSN, PS4 physical $21.61. This is what they're taking from us, guys. This is what they're taking from us.
The secondhand market,
yeah, it is a cool game.
Competes to be the lowest possible. Any game you're trying to buy.
The sorceress character in that game is very well done.
A lot of times it's way, way cheaper, especially the fact that you can get it on eBay or Facebook Marketplace or buy it some guy named Daryl from his trunk down the street, right? There is a competition for the most affordable product, so it sells. Whereas in a digital marketplace, they can charge whatever, whenever, forever. And this has basically led to a 47% increase in cost. 47% more expensive than physical copies for every single PlayStation game. And basically, they're trying to say this is a PlayStation monopoly. The fact that there isn't any other storefront, any ability of digital ownership. I can't return my games, trade my games, sell my games. It's basically people trying to say, you need to find some way to add value or ownership to the library, or else that's literally illegal. Now, let's get into this absolutely ignorant lie I keep seeing from a lot of the big PlayStation fans, including this guy here, CEO, Emmy-nominated award winner. This dude, OS, Square Enix Holdings. Yeah, fantastic, buddy. Digital on the PlayStation Store will likely get cheaper. I've explained this several times. Current prices are tied to retail. Without physical discs holding the digital hostage, we'll see a larger spectrum of pricing similar to Steam. Now, this is a deeply stupid concept. You know why? They've been kicking around this idea for over a decade. You know, all the way back in the PlayStation 4, people were talking about why don't we get more tiers of experience, more $10 games, more $40 games, more AA that...
More AA because you all are obsessed with graphics. Every single time a game comes out. Like, hey, yo, bro, why this ain't looking as good as Red Dead Redemption 2 and shit?
Isn't trying to be AAA. And
I mean, literally, the only complaint we've heard consistently about Switch games is, hey, yo, this ain't be looking like no AAA game. Like, that's it. That's it. That's the #1 complaint you hear about every single Nintendo game, is Nintendo games don't look photorealistic. So, yeah, when you have a bunch of fucking Gollum class members of society that view a game and value it based on the photorealism of its graphics, this is the end result. No more AA games.
He's right. You do see this on Steam. The amount of games I'm currently playing, like, what is it called? Machine Party. There are a lot of great games that are $5, that are very fun for $5. They're short, they're sweet, they usually have bad graphics.
Let's see, SNK nostalgia with a 5 Sega CD and lawsuit? Dreamcast guy. Why? Damn it, why? It is kind of sad that Dreamcast is synonymous with Dreamcast guy in my head. I've never held a Dreamcast in my life, but the only thing I think of when I hear it is Dreamcast guy.
They're usually made by like 3 friends.
He should get permission from Sega to sell the hat.
Stuff does exist on Steam, and it just doesn't exist at all when it comes to the PlayStation console. And I guess his excuse is, oh, well, if they have to sell it, they're stuck. They have to obey the MSRP, the manufacturer suggested retail price. They don't want to do it. They have to do it. Oh, shucks. They have to scam you. Look at that. One more time. Everyone will be negatively impacted if we let Sony erase physical media. Not just physical buyers. Digital will get more expensive as well. Now, immediately everybody is calling this guy stupid. The exact rate companies they left to achieve their monopoly. Courts have not found the Sony store to be a legal definition of a monopoly.
That is true. Nobody forces you to play on PlayStation. So, you know, if you want to buy your video games from somewhere other than PlayStation, maybe don't buy a PlayStation. Food for thought?
The dumbest take I've ever seen on this platform. I'm sure when Galileo said the Earth was round, you would have said the same.
Dog, what type of fucking comparison is that?
Oh, God. Sorry.
He's the Galileo of gaming.
Can't read this guy's tweets anymore. It's going to make me freaking want to delete my character. We're just out here lying now. Now, what's funny about this is that there are
Galileo of gaming.
a lot of people comparing this to the thing that the
Holy
Switch
shit,
2 is
bro.
doing, right? Basically, what they're saying is that if you want to make stuff cheaper, they already would have done it. Like right here. Right now, the Nintendo Switch 2 has rolled out a new initiative where if you want a game digitally, it's cheaper. It's $10 cheaper. Now, I still have my own prices, but just in general, the fact that their games stay expensive forever. A copy of Breath of the Wild, which is like 10 years old, still full price. But recently, I bought a physical edition of Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition.
I did too.
I'm obsessed with Xenoblade Chronicles 1 specifically. This cost me $60. If I bought it digitally, it'd be $50. Essentially, what they're trying to say is that they don't have to wait for this to be a problem. They could do it right now. There's no incentive to lower it, and they just choose not to. And again, there's this, right? GTA 6 does not have a physical edition, and they're charging $80 for the basic version. Game companies are never going to reduce prices ever, and they're still going to find new ways to monetize everything. The people that are trying to claim, oh, they're just stuck, they have to do this, oh, they have no other option than to absolutely rip you off. Not a chance. You people are deluded. They want to kill the secondhand market. You have no other option but to buy from them. And then suddenly those deep discounts just disappear because they no longer have to compete with brick and mortar. Lying to yourself. Look at this. 4,000 likes. Look at that. Who is they? Sony and other video game corporations, they're all trending this way. Sony is the first to do this after Rockstar Games opened those floodgates. That's the thing, right? I think that right now, these companies are thrilled about the all-digital future because now there is no competition. If I want to charge $40, $80, $90, $200 for a game, they can just do that. If you don't think they're going to make $200 digital deluxe editions with extra storylines and pre-order bonuses,
they already do.
They're going to do it. I mean, right now, call it on the clock right now.
They've already done that, and that's with physical being a thing, so... It's already happening with physical discs still as an option. In fact, there's like, what, $150 physical editions sometimes, so...
I'm saying this right before freaking September starts. There's going to be $200 digital deluxe editions once the freaking physical media is gone. Literally, everything.
Dreamcast guy, it might blow your mind, but there's already like $400 collector's editions of physical games. Like, what the fuck are we talking about here, bro? There already is $200 like digital deluxe editions of every fucking AAA game that comes out. They're like $150, $160 for fucking Sports Ball Sim 2028. Like, this is already a thing, and it's been a thing while physical media has been a thing. This is nothing new. Like, he's not some fucking Nostradamus predicting the future here. Like, this is already well-established shit in the industry.
We've seen for the market historically proves this to be false. The level of gaslighting should be downright illegal. These people are literally lying. This guy is literally probably being paid to lie. You know, I'm just speculating here, but a lot of these people...
He's probably literally being paid to lie. I'm just speculating. Okay, sure.
Making these kind of statements, there is no way you could sit down,
Why don't you just come out and say it with your chest, Dreamcast guy? Let it all out.
Look at the math, look at the history, and think, man, if there wasn't all these pesky discs, games would suddenly get a lot cheaper. How many great indie games right now are even under $10? Not on sale. How many great games are under $10 already on PlayStation? Almost none. And that's by design. That is by PlayStation design. They want to keep it expensive forever to milk you for every single dime. Pay for online, pay for the free games they give, pay for retro games, put everything behind a subscription model, and then even when you do choose to buy something like the new Wolverine game, oh, sorry, the only way to buy it is to pay us $100 a pop. You know, I saw this today, and it really hit a note. It was this guy saying, I'm starting to lose interest in gaming. I have no interest in turning on my PlayStation 5. I just feel...
I can't afford this shit!
Guys, Not because of how bad games are getting, but because of my heckin' physical media, dude. Ah, man. Welcome to my world, but for the wrong reasons.
Lethargic when I turn my other consoles on. And it's just the fact that gamers are continuing to feel so utterly screwed over in a way that we haven't been in the past. I've been gaming since the 80s. And you know what? There's been good generations and bad generations. I'm not going to pretend it's all been smoke and flowers, but there has been times where gaming has been
smoke and flowers. I've never heard that one before, but all right.
A renaissance, an explosion, the rise of indies, the earliest Xbox arcade, the first, like those awesome early lobbies of Call of Duty. There was so many different crazy eras of gaming, whereas now it does feel like we're just hitting this point where all that exists is profitability. All that matters is, hey, how can we milk people? And you know what that's causing it? Apathy. People are burning out. People are permanently burning out. When people stop arguing, stop caring, stop getting excited, stop turning on the console, that's when you have a much bigger problem. Anger means they want to fight something. Apathy means they've started to imagine life without you. I really do think we're starting to hit actual apathy. I do think we're starting...
Yeah, welcome to my fucking world, only it wasn't over something as gay as my physical discs. But instead, it was the fact that gaming just genuinely fucking sucks now.
To hit the
Western gaming industry needs to crash and burn.
Layer of disconnectedness. A lot of people right now that I've talked to are just going back to the past. They're playing GameCube games, they're playing emulated stuff, they're playing old PlayStation 2 stuff in 4K. Even if there's a remastered version of it, or an upgraded version of it, or a newer version of it, they'd rather play the old game with a real controller the way they want forever. At this point, people...
With a real control... Dude, that's... Alright, this is another cope. People are not going to fucking retro games. Like, stop. This guy's name is Retro Brand.
People don't care about these companies. They care about the game.
People don't care about the companies. They care about the games. That's such a lie, dude. You cry every single time devs get laid off.
Games. They care about the experiences. They care about the good there used to be. And when you take that good away, when you stop holding that carrot on a stick, they're going to go back to the stuff that made them happy. Because really, all they care about is gaming. These have been some off-the-cuff thoughts. How do you feel about the future of PlayStation? How do you feel about the future of physical discs and that big PlayStation lawsuit? Tell me your thoughts in the comments down below. If you could, please give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. And please keep dreaming.
Thanks so much for watching that video. If you want to see something
You're
else,
welcome.
you can always click this.
Happy to do it, Dreamcast guy. Alright, I got a little more time. Let's see. Alright, we'll do this one and then...
Hey there, gamers. Dreamcast guy here.
Uh-oh.
Today we're talking about the future of PlayStation because Sony is...
Ooh. Dude, he better not be fucking traveling and brought that stupid controller with him. I'm gonna lose my shit.
Discussing the PlayStation 6 and honestly, the talks...
Do you guys think he travels with it? Maybe so.
...are very fascinating to me because it does sound like Sony is beginning to panic. And it does seem like, according to their own statements, they're about to delay the PlayStation...
That ugly-ass God of War controller, dude. Chaka Shaka Gaming with a 3. Why are we watching this idiot? He's bald. So are you, bro. Being bald doesn't matter. And SNK Nostalgia with a 2. Dreamcast guy can borrow my 41 mag. That's nice of you, man.
6.
To what purpose would he use it for?
Rumor right now, from manufacturers to console makers to chip people, everything was pointing at 2027. And it sounds like, because of all the bad news, the dead PS5 sales, the price increases, the discussions of boycotts, it does seem like Sony is trying to peel back. That they're trying to essentially say, okay, we have to release the PlayStation 6, we can't cancel a console, but on top of that, we need it to be a hit. Now, I think that there is what I like to call a scared curiosity about the PlayStation 6, because every previous console generation, whenever next gen is being discussed, it's very clear. It's very clear what is good or bad about it, right? Hey, here's better graphics, here's better exclusives, here's new revisions to the controller. And this console generation feels very strange because PlayStation 4 to PlayStation 5 did feel like a good leap. You know, suddenly all 4K, solid state drives, so no load times. The worlds managed to be so different, even if graphically they looked similar, the PlayStation 5 felt so different. Whereas with the PlayStation 6, I think a lot of people are curious, what can be different? Graphics are getting so good. I mean, let's be honest, dev times are getting so long. A lot of people are saying, okay, even if a game comes out and I do absolutely love it, and it is a PlayStation 6 exclusive, I'm probably only going to get one. Am I going to get one game on PlayStation 6, one game on PlayStation 7, one game on PlayStation 8? The PS6 feels like it's trying too hard to jump some giant shark. It's trying to jump too far into this all-digital future, and I just think that people aren't excited for the PlayStation 6 as Sony needs them to be. But today we're going to discuss a very in-depth interview done by the CEO of Sony, because he's talking a lot about how, very openly, they really don't know how to handle the already made PlayStation 6. They were already ready and set to go to drop this thing, but now, what do they do? Well, let's take a look.
Yeah, I don't know who cares about the PS6, man. Like, the PS6 could come out in 4 years from now, and I don't know if people would be thrilled about it. Like, this generation has been such a, you know, just fart in the wind, that it's like, they need to actually release some shit that people like. You know, start releasing some games. The hardware's plenty powerful enough for what it is. We don't really need to rush next generation. You know, we barely got an upgrade over the PS4 to the PS5. Like, there is no point in sticking to the 6 to 7 year console generation cycle when technology has essentially plateaued.
Hi, hope you're having a great day. If you could please give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. Sorry about the temporary backdrop. I'm not at my house right now. I wanted to film a video because I do find this fascinating, but I will be back home.
He did, dude, he traveled with the controller. Holy fuck, man. He travels with that God of War controller.
Literally tomorrow. But I want to talk about this. So I do think a lot of the doom and gloom about PlayStation has been about stuff like this. The widespread PlayStation Network outage that happened, 3 weeks ago. There was a big outage. PSN was down for hours and hours and hours. They didn't say why, they didn't say how. And ever since then, what was weird about it is that both physical and digital games pretty much immediately became irrelevant. Not only did all servers go down, cloud saves went down, eShop went down. It was the fact that this is clearly what PlayStation wants to talk about as the future of games, right? There's no need for anything. Everything is in the cloud. Sony is really pushing the all-digital future. They're betting everything on the all-digital future, and they're trying to claim this will be for the best. Hey, we can give you games faster, everything's instantly ready.
SNK Nostalgia with the 2 Dreamcast guys signed a job application. Oh my god. Say it ain't so. And Shaka Shaka Gaming with the 8. Caring about physical media has 2 requirements: being 40 years old and having diabetes. Also, Griffin, what's worse, Kingdom Hearts or Persona? Ooh. Persona doesn't have Goofy, so I'm gonna have to go with Kingdom Hearts.
Hypothetically, we can make games cheaper. They won't, but they're really pushing that. So when I saw them talking about the PlayStation 6, it seems like a lot of the doom and gloom is like, okay, are we ready for this all-digital future? And what is it that could be so spectacular that I'd be willing to overlook the death of physical media? Sony CEO Hiroki Tokuti has confirmed the company still hasn't fixed a launch date for the PlayStation 6. So with many of the rumors surrounding it pointing to 2027, Sony itself isn't ready to put a date on the calendar. Sony CEO Hiroki Tokuti has confirmed that the company still hasn't fixed a launch date for the PlayStation 6, according to the Wall Street Journal. That's particularly interesting because analysts are increasingly expect the next PlayStation to arrive in 2027. Let's zoom this in a little bit. Those expectations are...
Shaka Shaka Gaming with the 3. What's your beef with Goofy? I don't get it. I have zero nostalgia for anything related to Kingdom Hearts or Disney or anything like that. So
I can't afford this shit!
it's just, you know, nothing about it has any sort of real nostalgia whatsoever. And I feel like that's the thing that fuels Kingdom Hearts, is if you have nostalgia for like 1990s Disney, or I guess now more so modern Disney, then it appeals to you. But I dislike Disney with all of my being. I have no nostalgia for any of its IPs really at all. The only Disney IP I actually like is Pirates of the Caribbean, and that's only 3 out of the 5 movies. So yeah, it's corny to me. I didn't watch Mickey Mouse as a kid. I have no attachment to Goofy whatsoever, or Donald Duck, or Mickey Mouse, or any of that shit. It's just cheesy.
Now becoming less certain as AI demands drives shortages of key components and
SNK Nostalgia the 2, we could help Dreamcast guy. Nope, it's just funny. Brutal, man. At least he has his God of War controller.
pushes memory costs across a wider gaming and entertainment industry. Now, what's happening right now is there is a lot of discussion that you can't just make a console. I can't just say, hey, it's time to make, 8 million phones. I'm going to make 8 million phones. The way that stuff works now, of course, is that you got to order the chips. You got to pre-order the parts. You got to build the factories. You got to set up the supply line. So even if I am trying to just build a bunch of PlayStation controllers, you don't just snap and they appear. There's a lot of discussions. And what a bunch of these companies have been talking about right now is that when you're trying to bid on parts, you're bidding against all these AI companies. A lot of these AI companies are trying to buy out entire factories. They're trying to literally go in before chips are made. Literally, there's discussions about this and say, hey, we want to buy all the chips you make for any variety, any size, anything for the next couple of years. Sony, Valve has actually talked about this as well. A lot of these companies are saying that they're going in and you have to outbid these AI companies. And then even on top of that, once you do, okay, now it's locked in. We know we paid, $2,000 for this chip or whatever. Now we know that it costs at least that much to make the consoles. Sony right now is making these deals. The deals, a lot of times, according to the leaks, are set in stone. They've already inked it. Now they just need to get the chips and they need to get going. And so it sounds like Sony is in a spot where they're like, okay, we can't really back out. We have already bought the chips at the current market standard. If we delay it and the AI bubble does pop, prices do drop dramatically. Was it a bad idea to buy stuff that's this expensive? Was it a bad move to basically try to buy stuff at the highest possible markup and then sell it at a loss? It seems like what they're trying to do is, okay, how do we just go forward from here? Sony doesn't live and die by consoles anymore. The obvious question is why Sony can't simply pick a...
Yes, they do. Sony doesn't live or die by consoles? They absolutely do. If Sony lost its console business, they would be fucked.
And move forward. The answer is that the company has...
Like, the anime and music stuff still makes money, but the rest of Sony is struggling.
...has changed considerably from electronics giant it once was. Under Totoki, Sony has increasingly shifted towards IP-driven entertainment with movies, music, and games, now accounting for the vast majority of its revenue. That makes the PlayStation 6 important, but not necessarily the single biggest thing keeping Sony's business moving. Sony can make the biggest franchises turn them into movies, like The Last of Us, the God of War TV show. Everything's gearing up. But they're trying to basically figure out, okay, how do we make next gen when we really don't know what next gen is going to look like? Now, I don't believe it personally, but a lot of people are trying to claim suddenly AI is this hyper useful tool. What if we could just generate all the code?
It is.
Code, all the art, all the dialogue. What if we could hypothetically just prompt a game? Now, I'll die on the hill that I don't want to play an AI generated game at all, but especially not in...
I don't, like, honestly, if the AI generated game is good, I genuinely don't fucking care how it's made. Like, why would it matter? As a customer, let's say an AI game comes out, you play it, and then you don't find out it's AI until after you finish it. Like, do you suddenly hate the game? No. The only thing that matters is, like, that you actually enjoy the game that you're playing. So if AI can produce a perfect one-to-one creation of what a traditional video game should be, I don't really care, to be completely honest. I don't care if everything was hand-drawn or not or whatever. It doesn't really matter.
IA generated first party game by PlayStation, but a lot of these companies are basically saying, okay, what if it is just at least for QA? What if it is for just bug testing? What if there is something in here that goes, hey, at least at the very least we can cut out a lot of the work and make that all IA done. Even that would speed up the process to make a 5-year dev time 4.5 years or 4 years, right? They're essentially saying maybe they're trying to prepare for PlayStation 6 in this next generation of development. Again, I don't fully believe it, but here's the thing. Sony really does seem like they're trying their best to find the right place to drop PlayStation 6 and be ready for PlayStation 6. A lot of people in the comments are like, right now, as much as it would be great, people are still buying the PlayStation 5. PlayStation 5 graphics are still good. Delayed. Here's the line that really inspired this video. Console development takes years. Manufacturing negotiations, if they start the ball rolling shortly after the launch of the PlayStation 5 as they normally do, they have to get ready. A lot of games right now take longer and longer to make. I would say there is some rumors that as of April of last year, Sony told everybody, just make PlayStation 6 games. Just make PlayStation 6 games. The PS5 is going to get sunset. Every PlayStation 6 game apparently will run in a downgraded form on the PlayStation 5. I just don't think that right now, next year especially, makes any sense for PlayStation. I mean, the idea of trying to launch this at the bleakest period of the PlayStation 5, suddenly start talking about the PlayStation 6, even if it does hypothetically have the best graphics you've ever seen, and all those dream exclusives, a Bloodborne remake, and Bloodborne 2, and all this, I just don't think that there's any hype. There's no anybody out here being like, oh boy, I can't wait to pay thousands of dollars for next gen. And I think a lot of this is that when they say this, it's going to be met with a very stunning level of silence. Something PlayStation has never experienced ever before. I have just, personally in my real life, I have seen and read everything about the launch of the PlayStation 2, the PlayStation 3, the PlayStation 4, the PlayStation Vita, the PlayStation TV, which nobody even exists anymore. And with each of these, there was this rising tide of, I need next gen. I need to see what is possible next, right? Oh, asymmetrical cores in the PlayStation 3. Oh, with the PlayStation 2, the earliest big amounts of DVD discs, that created a giant advancement where now we could have better...
I don't think anyone cares about that in particular. The biggest selling point of consoles has always been what games can you not play anywhere else? Or what games need the new hardware of the next generation in order to exist? That is the selling point. People don't care about the DVD technology or the amount of RAM or the fucking CUDA cores or whatever the fuck else, you know, a lot of these terminally online YouTubers care about. They care about the fucking video games, and this generation has not produced anything to warrant moving on to the next. So it doesn't matter about any of that shit. It doesn't matter if it is a technological leap. The fact of the matter is people don't feel like they got their money's worth from this generation, and until they do, they're not going to move on happily.
Audio quality, better visuals, more voice acting, full cutscenes. Each generation made a substantial leap forward that shifted the industry, especially when it came to PlayStation. This is the first generation where even if this thing does have incredible graphics and faster dev time and a lower price, I still think people are going to say, my PlayStation 5 is fine, or I'll go where the discs are at. With the desk of physical media, I do think that PlayStation has put themselves into a corner I'm not sure they can really talk their way out of. I do think that PlayStation has put themselves into such a negative space. No amount of exclusives can really get them going after this. I guess I'm curious to see the PlayStation 6. If I'm being perfectly honest, I think I am very curious to see the PlayStation 6 just because I want to see what it is, what it does, what it really makes it feel like a PlayStation 6. Because as bad as the PlayStation 5 has been, I did enjoy the launch a lot. With PlayStation 6, I kind of want to see this car accident kick off just because I can't even imagine where this is all going.
He enjoyed the launch a lot, huh? SNK nostalgia with the 2.
Shoot him! He's black! Shoot him! Racism!
I don't know, man. Off the cuff, early AM thoughts in a house that ain't mine. How do you feel about PlayStation 6? How do you feel about the future of PlayStation in general? And are you going PC after this? I have also seen a bunch of people talking about getting a Nintendo Switch 2 because at least it does have cartridges. But thank you for watching. If you could, please give this video a like, subscribe if you haven't already, and please keep dreaming.
Thanks so much for watching that video. If you want to see something else, you can always click this link to see what I put up last, or, you know, subscribe and see what's coming up next. Also, I promise that whatever I do, it'll try not to suck.
But will it, though? Alright, guys, I do need to hop off, so it is 9:20, so I probably should start getting to work, dude. I'm getting stuff popping in now, plus I got a 10 o'clock meeting, so anyway, have a wonderful Wednesday, everybody, and yeah, guess I'll talk to everyone later tonight. Peace out, guys.